Good morning, my little chickadees. I apologize in advance. I am still sick. All right. I'm still sick. I'm just pushing through at this point. So there will be a lot of nose blowing. There will be a lot of clearing my throat and rearranging how I'm sitting because I'm very uncomfortable. Nonetheless, I am here. There's still stuff going on, obviously, in the Walsh case. I paused it right here because the judge was about to say something to the jurors. And I have a timeline for those of you who need sort of an overview of the case before the trial actually starts, right? So I have a timeline I have been working on for it. In my sickness, one the night that I got off last with you guys, I got this massive headache. It felt like my head was going to explode. And then I got nauseous and dizzy. And so I laid down and I could not get back up, literally. Yesterday, I felt real shitty. But in between that shittiness and eating crackers, I got bored. I can't watch TV and I can't do it unless it's nighttime. I'm not a TV watcher unless I'm like ready to go to sleep. And so I waddled my butt into my office and I just started working on a little bit of a timeline for the case for all of you. So hold on a second. All right. I see I'm not a TV person unless it's nighttime. So that's just me. All right, let me unpause this because what the judge is about to talk about, she's about to talk to the jurors, and I think it's important to hear what the judge is saying here.
I'm going to ask you to relax, and I'm going to attempt to explain the process that we're now going through. Let me first start by giving you an overview of the case. This is a criminal case. It's being prosecuted by 3 assistant district attorneys who in this term and in this trial, the terms the prosecution,
Thank you, Bella.
the Commonwealth,
I did,
and the
yes, thank you.
all mean the same thing. The prosecution has charged the defendant, Brian Walshe, with committing murder. Mr. Walshe has pleaded not guilty to that charge.
It's pink, I had to.
I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the case and explain the schedule for the trial in this case. You will meet all the attorneys and you will meet Mr. Walshe. I will also explain some of the legal rules that will apply to this case. The lawyers and I are then going to ask you certain questions. And the questions that we ask take 2 different forms. First, you're going to be filling out a questionnaire. And second, after you fill out that questionnaire,
it made me want to color too.
Brought back.
I kid you not.
You'll be brought somewhere else in the building or across the street. And then when you come back into the courtroom, we will review that questionnaire with you, and we will also ask you some questions orally. When the lawyers and I are asking you questions, we're not trying to pry or make you feel uncomfortable. We are trying to determine and choose jurors who will approach this case with an open mind and have no reason to favor one side or the other. Please listen carefully to each question that is asked of you, or read it carefully in the context of the written questionnaire, and give us your honest answer. There aren't any right answers or wrong answers. Our goal, again, is to choose jurors who will be fair to both sides, who will decide this case based on the evidence they see and hear inside this courtroom and on the law as I teach it to you, and nothing else. Let me give you a brief description of this case. As I mentioned, this is the trial of a criminal case. The Commonwealth alleges that on December 30, 2022, Anna Walshe returned home to Cohasset from her job in Washington, D.C., to be with her husband, the defendant, Brian Walshe, and their children to celebrate the new year. At that time, Anna Walshe worked and lived in Washington, D.C., and would return to the family home in Cohasset, where her husband and 3 small children continued to reside. On January 4th, 2023, Anna's employer called police to report that she was missing. Cohasset police went to the Walshe home where the defendant reported that Anna was missing and alleged that she had left the house early on the morning of January 1st and that he had not heard from her since then. Days later, police searched a dumpster outside the defendant's mother's Swampscott apartment and found clothing that belonged to Anna Walshe, Anna Walsh's COVID card, vaccination card, towels with a red-brown stains, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The defendant is charged with murdering Anna Walshe. The defendant denies these allegations, has pled not guilty to the charges, and he is presumed to be innocent. I will now ask the lawyers to introduce themselves and tell you who they represent. We'll start first with the Commonwealth, ADA Connor.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Connor. I'm the Assistant District Attorney with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. And I will be representing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, along with...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tracy Cusick. I'm also Assistant District Attorney with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and will be representing the Commonwealth. And I'm Ann Gass, and I'm also an Assistant District Attorney, and I will also be representing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And for the defense, Attorney Tipton, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Larry Tipton. I represent Mr. Brian Walshe.
And my name is Kelly Forges, and I also represent Mr. Brian Walshe.
Good morning.
So today is, I believe, November 20th, 2025. We plan to select the jury sometime this week, maybe next week, before Thanksgiving in any event. And we will start the trial itself in this case on Monday, December 1st, 2025. That's the Monday after Thanksgiving. The lawyers estimate that it will take 3 to 4 weeks to try this case and present all of the evidence. So the evidence in this trial will likely run into the 2nd or 3rd week of December. And then the jury will meet privately to decide this case, discuss the evidence and the issues in the case. We call that deliberation, and to reach a decision, which we call a verdict. There's no set time for a jury to deliberate. The jury must take the time that it needs to deliberate, and that is to reach a unanimous verdict. During the trial, while the evidence is being presented, the court day will be from 9 to 4 p.m. We take a morning break at 11 a.m. for somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes. Then we resume and go until 1 p.m. And then at 1 p.m. you go to lunch from 1 to 2. Then you come back at 2 o'clock, and the afternoon session runs from 2 to 4. During the time that the jury is deliberating the case,
4 is
the jury
ridiculous.
works between the hours
Just saying.
of 9 and 4 or 4:30.
This is fall vibes. We're
Before
not
we
skipping
begin
fall. Thank you,
choosing or
Jimbo.
Continue choosing jurors in this case. I'm going to briefly explain some
Doing fall.
important legal rules that the jury must follow. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on the legal rules that apply to this case. But these are things that you should know from the start. And I'll start first with the presumption of innocence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Mr. Walsh is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means you, the jury, must consider Mr. Walsh to be innocent at the beginning of the trial and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial, unless the prosecution committed the crime charged. The fact that the Commonwealth charged Mr. Walsh with this crime through an indictment that he's now standing trial is not evidence. And it's not relevant to whether the defendant is guilty or he is not. An indictment is not evidence whatsoever that a defendant is guilty of any crime. An indictment is merely a formal accusation that the defendant may have committed a crime in order that the defendant may be brought to court for trial before a jury and a judge. It is that jury that is to be selected from among residents of Norfolk County, and that jury alone, which must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense that has been alleged, based on the evidence and the law that's presented at the trial of this case. The defendant does not have to do
Just
anything
say I love you guys.
to convince you
I feel
that
like
he
shit, but I
is
love you
innocent.
guys. You always put a smile on
He
my
does
face.
not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, the Commonwealth has to prove the charge against Mr. Walsh beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant guilty of the crime charged, unless the prosecution convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh committed that crime. If you are left with a reasonable doubt of Mr. Walsh's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. Let me turn to certain cautions that will apply during jury selection and during the trial. These are important rules that attach from the moment that you're seated as a jury and stay in place until the jury delivers its unanimous verdict. It's important that you keep an open mind about this case. In order to do so, do not discuss this case or the questions that we ask during jury selection with any of the other potential jurors or with anyone else. Do not send any electronic communications or posts. Don't look anything up. Don't do any research of any kind about the jury selection process, about the people involved in this case, or about anything of the facts that you will learn about this case. If you are chosen to serve on this jury, you may tell people that you are serving on a jury here in Norfolk County, in Dedham, and you may give them the trial schedule and both the daily schedule, 9 to 4, and the longer schedule, expectation of your jury service. But you must not tell them anything else about the case until the trial is over and the jury has reached a verdict. When the lawyers or I ask you questions, again, as I said earlier, we aren't trying to pry. Instead, we ask you these questions to determine whether you are able to serve as a fair juror, whether you have reason to favor one side or the other, and whether
Which
you're
is important.
confident you can decide this case based on two things: the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. It's very important that those of you who are chosen to serve on this jury be able to commit yourselves to deciding this case, again, based only on the evidence you hear or see in this courtroom, and not on anything else, such as your own personal experiences or the experiences of someone close to you that you may know about.
Not yet. They didn't get all 16 yet.
It's also very important that those of you who serve on this jury not allow the nature of the allegations in this case to make you lose sight of the question that the jury must decide, which is whether the Commonwealth has or has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime charged in this case. I will instruct the jury that they must decide this case based only on their evaluation of the evidence presented at trial, and that they may not base their verdict on anything else that was not admitted into evidence, and also may not decide this case based on sympathy, prejudice, anger, or any other emotion. All jurors must be able to commit themselves to following these instructions so that they can be fair and impartial and decide this case, again, based only on the evidence and the law. If we don't choose you to serve on this jury, please don't be offended. Don't think that we think you're an unfit or unfair person. It's not a reflection on you at all. Sometimes a person who could be a fair juror in one kind of case might have difficulty being a fair juror in another. For example, a potential juror who knows someone involved in the case or has had a personal experience that is very similar to the issues involved in the case might have difficulty being completely fair to both sides. Please keep these thoughts in mind as you fill out the questionnaires and answer the questions verbally when you return to the courtroom. So, what happens next? What happens next, and in a few minutes, the court officers are going to pass out a questionnaire, and they will provide you with a writing implement if you need that. And you're going to fill out that questionnaire in this courtroom. Now, let me remind you of some of the rules that I just gave. Can't talk to anyone while you're doing this. In fact, the whole experience of being considered as a juror is a solitary one. So don't be coordinating with anyone about your answers to your questionnaires. Just you, yourself, and that questionnaire. When you're completed with the questionnaire, I want you to do two things. First, I want you to look up. That'll be a verbal cue, a visual cue to me, not verbal, nonverbal cue. A visual cue to me that you are done. And then it'll allow me to assess who needs more time. All right? Second, safeguard your completed questionnaire, your jacket, your purse, somewhere where only you have access to it. And that's important because when you come back into the courtroom and you're seated in the witness box, which is directly to my left, the first thing I'm going to ask you after I greet you is, can I have your questionnaire?
No, they're still looking for more
We'll start with the
jurors.
question. That questioning generally starts with me asking you questions, both about the single-page questionnaire that you filled out either today or earlier that you brought with you, and also the longer questionnaire that you're gonna see in a minute. But as you know from the video, the lawyers play a very important role in all aspects of this trial, and in the course of jury selection, they get to engage with you as well. And they may ask you questions about following up on something I asked about or other independent questions. So that's the expectation. Now, there's a lot of you in this courtroom, so I'm going to remind you, no conversation.
I have
And
conspiracy
that
laundry
applies-
I need to do.
Some of you, I understand, are going to be brought down to another courtroom in this building. And some of you are going to go back across the street. to where you appeared this morning for jury selection. And that is because we just don't physically have another courtroom that's as big as this one in this building. This is they call it the main courtroom. It's the one that houses the most people. So wherever you are brought, be obedient to what I said the orders are. Don't speak to anyone about this case.
Spoiler alert, I
means
wear the
don't
headbands
talk.
because I have little baby
Don't
hairs that
chit-chat
refuse
on your phones. In fact, your phones should be off.
do what I want them to do, and I refuse to use
the
like
day.
gel or hairspray on my hair unless I'm like scrunching it.
At some point,
So the headbands pull the
some of
little
you are
baby
gonna go to
hairs that I
lunch.
have
that
back
1 to 2 time period.
out of my freaking
Again,
face and from being annoying.
Off your phones.
Unless I'm wearing my hair down,
Not
like that's,
emailing, not texting.
and that's a whole rigmarole to do all that.
Tweeting, nothing. Be a sort of little test for some people. Fate is going to play a role in your day today. These are actually today's, right? And do we have the pile? Is this everyone from today, or is this, let me just explain so I can be as transparent as possible. Some of you in this room came here yesterday. Around 2 o'clock, I think Judge Doolin went across the street and said, you're being remanded.
Judge Doolin.
Here's a civics lesson part of today. That means you get to come back tomorrow. And some of you were scheduled to be here today. I'm going to give you the news now. You are likely going to be remanded for tomorrow. That means you're coming back tomorrow. So because those people that were here yesterday that we didn't get to came in yesterday, those jurors from yesterday, I'll call you the Wednesday jurors, are going to be seen today first. And the folks of you that are today's jurors are going to be seen after them. And that's the reason for the distinction between some people going back across the street and some people staying here in the building. So I hope that explains it better. Some people think when you come for jury service, it's just one day. Not true. One day or one case. Sometimes the case is short. Sometimes it's longer. It's all important. So now the fate part comes our way. Can somebody give me the numbers from yesterday? Because that's the most relevant part.
I think it starts with 250 or.
Yeah. All right. I like to try to give you the number if I can, but I don't want to start confusion over here. So I won't give you the number. But the fate part of it is this. Every one of you has a number that was assigned to you by the jury pool, people that coordinate with how you get here. If you're closer to the first number, you're going to be seen earlier on. And if you're closer to the later number, you're going to have a longer day. For those individuals who came in for the first time today, sometime between probably 12 and 1, I'm going to assess where I am, how deep into the list I am, because I don't intend to keep you here today unless I think there's a realistic chance that I will get to you. All right? So I'm not forgetting about you. I understand the service that you've already set and the sacrifices you've made already to be here. So I will cut you loose at some point.
Girl,
when
I
know
agree
or I
with this
feel
judge.
that I'm not going to get to you if that happens.
She gets down to the point too. Like she's very good at explaining what they are and not supposed to do.
You are remanded unless you hear differently from me. You are remanded, which means you need to come back tomorrow morning, same time, same place. And the rules that I put on you today for your jury service. Don't talk to anyone about this case. Don't do any research about this case, and keep an open mind. Those rules still apply. And I'm going to add an additional rule to you, which is that you not be on any social media or any news media
Yeah, right. Good luck getting them not to
Overnight.
do that.
or in the morning. I want you exactly in the state of knowledge that you are right now, tomorrow morning. All right? So they can pass out, the jurors will, the court officers will pass out to the prospective jurors the questionnaires now. And just make sure you have each of you has a questionnaire and each of you has a writing implement. And again, the court can provide the latter if you need it.
Video. I still hear the audio in the background. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. I'm gonna, hold on. I'm just gonna mute that, but I'm gonna leave it on just because they're gonna come back at some point. And in the meantime, we can go over the case. Usually they come back at some point. It's usually that's it, but that they usually come back at some point. And then, you know what? This is what I'm going to do instead. I'm going to pull it down, but I'm going to pull it to my second screen over here. I have to do some rearranging because I think I need to put my camera sort of in the middle of both screens because I'm always looking this way at this screen. And you guys are probably like, what the fuck is she looking at? Or down, which is my phone's down there. So I'll tell you guys a funny little story. While we were listening to all that, my husband calls during his like morning wait. They wait for like their morning meeting thing they have at work. And so he usually has like a 5-minute call. It's like a little break. And so he calls, right? While we're doing that. So I mute, obviously, and I'm talking to him. And he's singing, "Get a little bit of chicken fry, cold beer on a Friday night." I said, I have a good mind to unmute right now and let everybody hear you singing that song. And he's like, you can unmute if you want, but you might get a copyright strike because it sounds so good. Don't keep your day job, babe. All right. Keep your day job, sir. He's not a singer. All right. He's not great at it. He likes to do it. He's not great at it. So we'll just throw that out there. But I really did think I was going to unmute him for a second and be like, and that's what I was laughing at. So if you're wondering what the fuck I was laughing at while I was muted, while we were listening to that, that was what I was laughing at, Jesse. That's what I was laughing at. I was laughing at my husband and his goofiness. I keep trying to convince him to do a show one day. And he's like, I'll ruin your show. Everybody will just only want to hear from me from now on. I'm like, oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. My husband does have the good one-liners. I'll tell you that much. He's a funny guy. He is a funny guy. He's a quiet guy, but he's a funny guy. He likes to watch people, you know, but at the same time, like once you get to know him and once he knows you, there's nothing he can't make you laugh about. That's for sure. So I was like, I'm going to unmute you and everybody's going to hear you singing. He's like, wow, you're going to get a copyright strike because I sound so good. No, sir. No. Okay. No. I love you, but no. No. Hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, I was working on right? You know what I'm saying? Seriously. If they don't, then it's not worth it. You know what I mean? This is how you know I wasn't feeling good, right? I didn't get coffee yesterday at all, right? And I got coffee this morning. And funny story, actually. I was on Twitter, I think it was last night, or was it? No, not last night. Yesterday during the day. Yeah, that's what he was singing. I'm telling you. And so I'm like, that's how you know I really, really don't feel good. You know what I mean? I don't. my slides are like not generating when they're supposed to. And of course, I hate technology sometimes. But anyway, I was on Twitter, right? And I'm just scrolling and looking. And I saw that one of the online trolls had a serious problem with me getting coffee. Well, she's poor, but she has coffee. Listen, sir, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Okay, here's the thing. And he's, oh, well, it gets delivered. No, it doesn't always get delivered. Sometimes I order it and my neighbor picks it up on her way home in the morning and brings it to me at the bus stop. See that? See how that works? Like when you have a friend, it does you that solid, right? Number one. Number two, even if I fucking did order it every day, it's the one goddamn thing I get myself, okay? Haven't bought myself clothes in years. Haven't got myself shoes in years. I need coffee to function in real life, okay? So sorry, Kyle Sharkley troll extraordinaire, but fuck off, okay, sir? Even poor people need, a little happiness in their lives once in a while. And my happiness is my coffee. So fuck right off. It's the only thing I do for myself ever. And if that means that my $5 coffee is a fucking problem for you, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. All right. I pay my fucking bills on time, put food in my house. So if I want to buy myself a motherfucking coffee, who the fuck are you? Just saying. That's my TED talk today. Fuck off, Troll McGee, if you don't like it. I also saw that there are people who, trolls, of course, not you guys, but trolls, of course, that didn't like the way that I run my show. I don't fucking care. Newsflash, I don't care. Newsflash, explaining to people that they can donate to a show is part of doing a live stream show. Almost every creator does it. If you don't like it, I don't fucking know what to tell you. Oh, well, I'm not a show of 10,000 or 20,000 where I don't have to say it. When I get to that point, then I won't have to say it. Everybody will know where it is and that'll be great. But I'm not, okay? I'm not. So sorry, not sorry that I have to remind people how to donate to the channel, because then sometimes it reminds people that there is a way to support the channel. And then they go, oh my God, I would like to support the channel. And that is the way that my channel gets by. So if you don't like that, fuck right off. I don't give a fuck. Once I'm 20, 30,000 subscribers in, then maybe I don't have to do that, right? But I am not. I am a small channel trying to get by just like everyone else. If I had the money to just pay for all of it myself, then I fucking would. So for the people on their high horse who are like, well, I don't have to do that, and it's begging for money. Okay, well, sorry, but what are turtle chats exactly? Just, I'm asking for a friend. Like, what are turtle chats? Oh, it's the equivalent of my link for debit or credit cards. It's the exact same fucking thing. I don't get 30,000 views, so I'm not getting paid that way, right? They pay very little. YouTube pays very little when it comes to views, all right? You guys don't have high horses, right? Of course, because you guys, some of you, most of you actually know me on a personal level, right? And so, I mean, I have to say something at this point, because it's like, you run your fucking shit the way you want to run your shit, dude. I'll run my shit the way I want to run my shit. You want to call being poor a sob story? Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I'm poor. Just because I don't hide it from people, that somehow makes it a sob story? No, I'm poor. That's real life. That's real life. I work paycheck to paycheck. That's real fucking life. So, sorry, don't know what to tell you. If that's what you'd like to call it, you can call it whatever the hell you want. Here's an idea. You stay in your lane and I'll fucking stay in mine. You know what I mean? Thank you, Sarah. And I would like to make 2 shout outs this morning. One to the wonderful lady last night who was clearly watching my show, and sent a $25 donation while I was sick. It was super nice to have something like that come in while I was sick. And sorry, I was freezing and I needed to fix it. It was super nice to have something like that come in while I was sick, because of course I'm laying there sick and I'm like, I cannot afford to be sick. Like, I cannot afford to not do a show. But my head was pounding so hard. I was like, there's no way. It's just, I'm not going to be puking on air, right? There was one point in trial, I think it was trial 1, where I was so sick. I was puking my brains out. I'll never forget it. I sent my friend Leah a picture of me and I'm like, this is me right now. Like I was doing the stream. I had my laptop on my bed and I'm laying on my bed with like my head on my arm and a bucket next to me, just streaming the trial and with the camera off because I mean, I'm streaming a trial, right? You miss a day and then people don't get caught up. They don't know what's going on, right? And so I was so I'll never forget that because I was so uncomfortable and I was so sick. I'm like puking in the bucket, but you know, still streaming the trial for people. And I'm like, I hate this. Like I hated it. But I made a promise to myself and I made a promise to Heels, right? We would finish it out together. And she passed away during the beginning of the first trial. And so I was like, I don't care how sick I am. Like I'm doing this because that's what Heels would do, right? She did it with like a 30% lung capacity, right? And I'm like, if she could do it, I can fucking do it, right? So I did. I did. It was very uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie. So yesterday I was like, yeah, no, I can't. It wasn't, if it was like during the trial, I would have just shut my camera off and done the same thing. But it's just jury selection. So I was like, I can stand to miss one day of jury selection and hopefully, you know, the sickness will be out of me by then, you know. I think it also it's mixed in with the new meds I'm on, which make you sick in some ways. So they have really bad side effects, headaches, nausea, and bleh. And so that didn't, you know, work well with the stomach bug together. It's like a twofer, you know what I mean? But I did want to send a shout out to the person who sent it last night, and their message was happy Christmas, keep going. And I appreciate that very much. And then the day before, must have been right as we were ending our live stream, but Mish sent a $20 donation 2 days ago when we ended our live stream. And I just wanted to say thank you to Mish. I appreciate that very much. And I didn't see it before we ended. So of course I'm going to say thank you now. No, you just missed. See, this is my brain cells today. You missed me just bitching. Buffering again. No, you just missed me, you know, bitching out some trolls for a minute and telling them to fuck off. If they don't like the way that I run my show, they don't have to watch it. Here's an idea. Don't hate watch my show. That'll solve your problem, right? Don't fucking hate watch my show if you don't like my coffee or you don't like the way that I do donations. Don't fucking watch. You know? Hold on one second. All right, so I love you. I love you all. I love you all. I just had to say my 2 cents, my piece, you know? All right. That's my thing. Had to say I like to keep a kumbaya here, right? That's what I call it. My kumbaya. No shenanigans over here. All right. We get shenanigans in other channels, but I feel like there's no place on YouTube where people with dissenting opinions or different opinions can agree to disagree civilly or be together in one place. I feel like there's just no place that exists, and that only place that exists is us, is here, right? And I want to keep it that way where people can civilly agree to disagree without being assholes, right? But I also understand that people are very passionate, right? I get that. I understand it. And you know, I also understand that when people see, you know, attacks on me or people saying shitty things about me, that gets them upset as well. And, you know, I don't blame y'all. I would be upset if I saw somebody attacking any of you, you know, which is why I try to stay out of like, you know, places like the turtle that I don't want to see. You know what I mean? Like I can't watch him. I don't know how people do. Thank you, Sarah. I can't do it. It makes my It makes my skin crawl, you know? What happened over there this morning, Christina? How bad was it? How bad, Christina, was the lies from this morning? She's given us the puke sign, which means it's probably very bad, right? I have slides coming for the Walshe case that we're going to be doing today. I'm just kind of like waiting for my computer to do its fucking job. My image thing is like going wonky at the moment, and so I'm like waiting for it to reconnect, my image generator, and let me see if it's working again. I get it, believe me, I get it. Got my freaking inhaler here because my breathing has not been great lately. I'm passionate too. I'm the same way as you guys. If I see somebody attacking one of you guys, like that makes my heart hurt, and I'm going to say something, you know, if I see it. Sometimes you guys have to direct me to where it is, you know? Yeah, I don't like the mean stuff. We love each other, right? And I get it. Once again, I understand passion, and I understand people wanting to defend, and I understand that. But can we try to not hurt one another, right? Like, we're a community and we want to help one another. We don't want to hurt one another. Like, that's the whole point of what I try, at least, to build, right? I do call out some bad behavior when it comes to the sewer turtle and the sewer crew. But other than that, this buffering is going to kill me. Of course, it has to happen the day I'm coming back. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely say it was a little trolly for sure. I just mean in general. What I'm saying is I mean in general. Like, I mean in general terms. Like, if I saw somebody like attacking one of you guys, I'd be very passionate about that. Like, you would see some Medusa come out of me, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't want to turn gaslighting seeing as better documentary than Karen. Oh no, I can't. All right, we all know that was coming, right? The story is TV and the movement. No, it's not. That's not. I can't. Said he likes Vinny and he's not on because he has charges pending. No, he's not on because Vinny is the only. Okay, let me make this abundantly clear. So Julie Grant, friend of the show, Julie Grant from Court TV. Julie, her executive producers were called cunts by Aiden. Yeah, the big C word. Speaking of that, I have this. I got this a while ago, but I feel like this pertains to a little message I would like to give the sewer turtle. You guys let me know if you think it's appropriate, but let me move your comment for a second, Christina. I think this is appropriate for the sewer turtle. Okay. And I'm just saying, this is the message that I have for him, you know? Yeah. Hashtag don't be a C word, sewer turtle. Okay. I'm just saying, this is my message to you. You know, it's supposed to be things like, you know, live, laugh, and love. Like, you know, that's what normal people do. You, sir, you don't be a cunt. All right? Don't. He'll forever be one. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You will forever be a see you next Tuesday. But this is special for him. Special for the sewer turtle. Don't be a cunt. Christina, as I was unrolling it and Christina said this, I was like, she's going to love this. She's going to love this. Only me, right? Only I would have something ridiculous. Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, so any reason why he thinks Cosgrove is dropping his charges because Cosgrove missed a deadline. Now, I don't know why Cosgrove missed a deadline. Is it unprofessional? Yes. Do they usually miss deadlines? No, unless there's something like sick and in the hospital, and obviously if that happens, usually the court gets notified, and then the court notifies the other side, right? If that's the case, or you would email or call the other side and say, hey, like I'm in the hospital, it's going to be missed. I asked the court for more time, whatever. That didn't happen. So I don't know what no, it wasn't a hearing. It was a deadline to file a motion, essentially, an answer to a motion, and that didn't happen. So that's weird, right? That's really strange. December 5th is the next one here, the hearing here. Yeah. Well, no, there's one in January too. Hold on a second. All right. The sewer had court yesterday. Yes. So, we're buffering again. What the? If I don't stop buffering today, I swear to God. He did have court yesterday. That did happen. In New Jersey. And he pled not guilty. And they gave him the February date. So in the meantime, what will happen is like discovery, essentially, But yesterday he did have court and he did plead not guilty yesterday. But here's the thing, right? I'm going to talk about that too, Christina, the new DA guy. Give me a second. We're going to get to that too. But he pled not guilty. And so the next sort of stage or thing of that would be he would have to do like discovery between the two sides. Now, the funny part about that, for me at least, is the discovery is mostly his own shit, his own stupid shows and his own dumb words. So it's like he probably has 90% of what the discovery is. Oh, listen, the federal newsflash, that federal grand jury has been impaneled for months. So if people are just figuring out that there was a grand jury now, yeah, that federal grand jury has been impaneled for a long time. Criminal. Federal grand jury. It was criminal yesterday. It was the criminal. So it's the one that they downgraded from cyber harassment to just harassment. So he had to plead not guilty to that. And the next part of that would be discovery, essentially. Either that or he'll take a deal. But I don't see that happening, to be honest. So I don't know. I mean, we'll find out, but do I think he'll take a plea deal? No. Oh, Jack sends 1222. I appreciate you, Jack. I appreciate you, my friend, very, very much. Thank you, my friend. And he sends a hand wave. Thank you, Jack. We appreciate you very, very much to donating to the channel. So I know that, hold on. So February is the next thing for Donna. What I will say about that whole thing with Donna's stuff is this. Yeah, so that federal grand jury was already impaneled months ago. Yeah. Oh yeah, my sound effects. I forgot about. See, my brain, I'm still sick, so my brain is still, deetity today. All right. It's still fried at the moment. All right. I'm still exhausted and I still feel like ass. I just feel like less ass than yesterday. Bag to smash assholes. That's what I explained it as. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you, my friend. But that federal grand jury was already impaneled. So, oh, things are coming. They're a-coming. They're a choo-chooing along a choo-choo track. So here's the thing, right? The Donna stuff, right? I want you all to know this. I want you all to know that Nan Gallagher, unfortunately for her, not unfortunately for anybody else, but unfortunately for her, is going to have to deal with the consequences of what she did, right? Let's recap, right? I know, right? I feel you on that, Maui. I feel you on that, that I appreciate you, Jess. I'm telling you, that's my brain the last couple of days. It's just like, not, it's, it's not, it's just not. So Nan Gallagher, let's recap on what Nan Gallagher did, right? Donna got some advice, I guess, to maybe call Nan Gallagher, not knowing the person didn't know that she was that close with the sewer turtle, right? And so it was like, hey, maybe this lawyer, knowing some of the parties and knowing some of the background, might be able to help you. You would think that a lawyer would be opposed to the harassment of people, especially when she has been harassed herself by, anon accounts. You know what I mean? So here's the thing, right? She calls Nan Gallagher's office, not personal number, office, and leaves a voicemail. Here's the thing. When she calls the office, she asks for Nan. Nan answers the phone, right? So she knows what she's doing because she answers the phone, pretending like it's not her. And she says, oh, I'll send you to the voicemail. You can leave a message, knowing that she's then going to use that voicemail message and give it to the sewer turtle. So Donna leaves a message, not realizing at the time that that was Nan herself, right? She realized it later on. So she leaves a voicemail saying, hey, I'm looking for some legal advice. Legal advice. And that's very important, her saying that, okay? Because that makes her a potential client. I think she does medical stuff, but she has said numerous times online that she's done criminal defense, which I don't believe to be true, but she's said it on Twitter numerous times. So, nonetheless, she calls and says, I need some medical advice, right? Legal advice. I need some legal advice regarding this situation, right? And within 5 minutes of her making that phone call and leaving that message, the sewer turtle now has the voicemail, and he has now posted it to X. Interestingly enough, Nan Gallagher was dumb enough to write underneath it from her own account, being like, happy to do, 5 minutes, happy to do it. Here you go. Ha 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 ha, essentially, right? Like a dumbass. So she admits to it, laughs about it like it's a funny ha ha. Okay. And then I make a post later on in that day, and I say, hey, and I tag her, Nan Gallagher. Now, I don't go after the way she looks, how much money she makes, where she lives. I simply say, as an attorney, shame on you. That is a potential client, okay? And you have now broken the rules of professional conduct as an attorney. That person calling for legal advice has the right to privacy and confidentiality when they call and ask for legal advice from an attorney, period. Okay? Shame on you. And technically, since you willingly, knowingly helped him break a lawful order against him to not harass this person, you could be charged if they wanted to charge you as a co-defendant, co-conspirator, right? Because you just helped with him to harass someone. You knew she had an order against him, and the first person you gave that voicemail to was him. That's not a good look, right? And so I challenged her to say, you did this and this is what could happen. Like, shame on you. You should know better as an attorney. her response was not only deplorable, but a giant deflection. She said that I should like dust off my food stamps. I don't get food stamps. And that I should something about my migrant hotel, said apparent migrant hotel. Right. So basically she just sewer turtled it and just said shit that isn't true. For what? I don't know. But she basically again admitted that she did it, but then she tried to say that she doesn't have, to give any ethical courtesies to Donna because, well, she doesn't have to. Well, that's wrong, right? That's incorrect. You actually do have to give those. She's a potential client. You're breaking rule 1.18 of rules of professional conduct. She's potential as she's asking for legal advice. She didn't call your personal number. She called your work office number. Okay. So yes, you broke those rules of professional conduct and ethics of an attorney, whether you like it or not. And so the funniest part that I thought was her deflection from what she did. And her response to me was basically like, stop being poor. This is someone who wants to move to Massachusetts and open an office here in Massachusetts. And that's the kind of shit you're saying? Good luck with that, lady. Good luck with that here. Good luck. I don't know why she would want to move here other than attention, really, in my opinion, right? But she didn't seem to think it was a big deal. Well, I'm here to tell you it is. And Donna is not magically just going to let it go. She has an attorney, and she's going to be holding her responsible for what she did. And that's on her and no one else. Nan can't blame anybody but herself. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have aided the sewer turtle in harassing someone for no reason. It's like a ha-ha funny, you need attention that much that you give a voicemail from someone asking for legal advice to the exact person she has an order against. Make that make sense. Someone make it make sense. It doesn't. So I'm here to tell you that Donna is not letting it go. She does already have an attorney, and she will be holding Nan accountable for that. And so, the complaint will go into the bar, and she'll also have to deal with it from that end. So not only will she have to deal with it from a civil suit end, but she'll have to deal with it also from explaining to the people who give her the right to practice as an attorney why she thought that that was an appropriate thing to do as a professional. Ask any real attorney, and I don't mean YouTube attorneys, I mean real attorneys, right? Go ask any of them if that breaks your ethical duties to a prospective or potential client and see what they say to you. Because they're going to be shocked that someone would even do that. That is a practicing attorney. Well, Donna says right in it, I'm looking for legal advice. I'm so serious when I say that because where there are some YouTube attorneys that are, decently intelligent and do a good job. Most of them are just making more money on YouTube than they were practicing. And so they're just always on YouTube. I get it. I get wanting to educate the public as an attorney and practice at the same time. But there should also be an ethical boundary there where you're not just saying shit to bring in more viewers. Because here's the problem, right? If I get up and I go, I'm an attorney and this and this and this is right and that person is wrong, they're not an attorney. They don't know what they're talking about, right? Most people are going to automatically assume I'm right because, well, I'm an attorney, right? So I must be right. I must be right if I'm an attorney and I'm saying the opposite of someone else who isn't an attorney, right? Wrong. Just because they're an attorney doesn't mean they're right, right? And I think I've proven that more than once. You can be wrong and not be an attorney, and you can also be right and not be an attorney. That's life. There are bad attorneys, like there are bad fucking doctors, like there are bad therapists, like there are bad cops, like there are bad judges, like there are bad anything. It's in every little facet of the universe. There's a bad and there's a good. You know what I mean? She's all over the place. Here's the thing. As an attorney, you have to have some decorum, right? Some professionalism if you're practicing. And she didn't. That's the bottom line. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But she wants to move, open an office here. She's going through like a divorce, and it's like, well, you have a minor child. You can't just move states without the permission of the court and or your ex-spouse. If he does not agree to that, you can't move a minor child across states just because you want to. It's just not the way it works. The judge can tell you, no, ma'am, you are not moving across state lines. That's up to the the court and the ex-spouse. But if they were to say, hey, no, we're not agreeing to that, then she wouldn't just be allowed to move to Massachusetts just because she wants to. It's just not the way it works when you have a minor child with custody issues, They won't let you just move out of state if they don't agree, because then you're taking the child away from the other parent, and that is not fair to the other parent. That's just the way the courts work, I agree with you there, Maui. And that's half the problem, which is like, more money doesn't make you more special. You know what I mean? Like, sure, money gives a lot of things, right? It gives the peace of mind to not stress about how you're going to put food on the table or pay the electric bill or pay the gas bill or throw a birthday party or buy clothes or buy shoes, or you have the peace of mind. You don't have to worry about any of that. But what good is money if you don't have people to share it with, the experiences, the time? Like, I could be a millionaire, but what good is me being a millionaire if I don't use it in the right ways, right? If I don't use it to help other people, if I don't have people to share it with, like really share it with, like sharing, like an outing, like a weekend getaway with my friends and my friends' children, right? Like, what good is it if you don't have anyone worth it to share that with? It leaves for a very lonely feeling inside. And I've said a million times, I would rather be poor like I am now and have my family and my friends than be rich and try to fill that hole with throwing money everywhere. I would love to be rich. Do you know how many people I could help if I was rich? Oh my God. The amount of things that I could do that are on my list of things that I could do to help people is so long. So long, it's unfortunate, but it's not the way to do it. You can throw your money around, and I'm all for throwing your money to helping other people. Go ahead. I mean, that's a great thing. If you have it and you can do it, all the more power to you. But when you're using it in ways to hurt other people, you think you're helping one person, but you're hurting other people. Come on. Where's the common sense there? Where is the common sense? You're how old and you think it's funny to hurt someone else? I mean, that's weird. That's you know what I mean? There's a reason why even people I don't talk to anymore, or people that I am not friends with anymore, there's a reason why I don't just blast all their messages into oblivion, right? And I don't post them to try to embarrass them or make them look bad, or just for more clicks and likes and views, which I could have done 1,000 times over by now to a million different people. It serves no purpose. It only hurts people. And I don't want to hurt people, even the people I don't like or I don't talk to anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone. There's no purpose in that. I don't know why anybody would get some sort of good feeling from hurting someone. It's weird, like, I don't get it. I don't do that for a reason, right? I mean, I've had conversations with people that are none of anyone else's business, right? Like, to put those out there serves one purpose only. It would be a self-serving purpose. Would I get more clicks and views and probably donations? Definitely. But what about the other person? What does it do to them? And does it take a little piece of your soul every time you do it? Like, I refuse. I'm not doing it. I refuse. It is not something that I'm about. It's not something I'll ever be about. There are very small instances where you might need to like counter something to share something to counter just a giant lie. But even that, I would rather just say, hey guys, that's a lie, than share anything, because what someone sent to me personally is personal. It doesn't matter if we were friends, acquaintances, not friends at the time that they sent it private for a reason, for it to remain private, not for it to be splashed all over the internet for clicks and views and likes and dollar signs. It's weird, and that's the other thing. What was the intent behind that? What was the intent behind what Nan did? There clearly was no good intention, right? So good intention on sending the man who has an order against him from this woman, the woman's voicemail. She knew exactly what he would do with it. And then when he posted it, she laughed about it and said, haha, I'd be happy to do it again. I mean, come on. I mean, I can't say there aren't good attorneys on YouTube. There are a few that are decent attorneys, but most of them don't even practice anymore. They're full-time YouTubers now. You know? That too, that too. I definitely think there should be a disclaimer. It should have to be a disclaimer, Weird. I didn't know that was even happening, but yeah, it serves no purpose. It can create them. It can create a lot of problems. I'll tell you though, sometimes it's hard, right? I'm a small YouTuber. I get a lot of hate from the sewer crew, shall we say, right? People who don't even know me. And actually half of you are people who thought once I was the devil. I was a monster. I was this horrible, horrible person because, well, the sewer turtle said so and his minions said so. And then you came here and you got to know me and you were like, where's the monster? Where is the goddamn, where's the monster? Where does it exist? Where? And I thank all of you for having critical thinking skills enough to be like, I need to look into this myself and not just take what someone else says, right? I'm a very non-judgmental person. I don't give a shit if you were an addict 2 minutes ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 15 years ago. I don't care if you were in jail 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't care if you have a DUI. I don't care if you cheated on your husband 10 years ago. I don't care if you have $38,000 in fucking tax liens. I don't care because that's your personal life and your personal business and no one else's. And nobody's faults or mistakes should be used as some sort of gotcha in order to send a mob of lunatics to harass you. That's crazy. And that is just not normal behavior. And if you need that much of a pat on the back, right, from your social media minions to feel like you matter, that's sad. That's pathetic. And it's unfortunate, but it's what the sewer turtle is looking for. He's looking for everybody to tell him he's amazing and awesome. That's the ego, right? That's the narcissistic ego, the inflated ego, the sense of self that is so inflated, it would pop when it walks through the door, right? No, exactly. And that's exactly right. Is that you shouldn't have to watch what you say to people behind closed doors because it's behind closed doors for a reason. You might need to vent. You might need to scream, cry, talk about something else. Like everybody knows I'm good for listening to a vent, and that stays between you and I because that's how it should be. That's normal. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I was raised partly by my grandparents that I have some old school. I don't know. I know it is wallflower. I know it is. But that's exactly how it should be, right? Hold on. It's just sad, right? To me, it's just very, very freaking sad. And it makes me question people's authenticity, right? If you need to splash out everyone's personal business, how authentic of a person are you? Because I don't feel the need to do that. I don't want to hurt anyone, right? Yeah, exactly. Same here. It's just because they said it to me in private, they said it to me in private. That's how it's going to stay. It's how I've always been, Well, that's the thing. You have to have your own value in yourself. And I learned that a long time ago. And believe me, when I say I was someone once when I was much younger that had no self-esteem, my abuser took that from me, right? They took that from me. That's what they do. They strip it down and they take away your sense of self and your confidence in yourself. And that's what abusers do, right? And then you're left feeling like you don't matter, right? And you have to build yourself back up. And it takes a long time. Believe me, I've been there. I've done that. But I am confident in my sense of who I am and what my intentions are, right? That I don't need thousands of people telling me how awesome I am every single day for me to make it through a day. I don't need to be on social media 24/7 in order to feel good about myself. That's fucking weird, right? Do I want to grow my channel and have thousands more of you join our community? Of course I do, right? Of course I do. But I don't need people to tell me I'm awesome. I don't need that, right? I know who I am. I'm a human, an perfectly imperfect human, right? I'm human who makes mistakes and isn't always perfect and, tries to be a better person today than I was yesterday. But sometimes I fail because I'm a normal human, right? It's that simple. I don't pretend that I'm some perfect human that has never made a mistake or done something wrong. That's I mean, if we're literally talking to people who are sitting there telling the world how awesome they are and how amazing they are and how everyone else is bad all the time. They're not bad. Everyone else is. They're the victim and everyone else is bad. That has to be a red flag, right? And I just don't understand in my mind how many of these people still think it's okay in their minds, the shit that Aiden does and says about other people until it happens to them. And even then, I watch as it takes weeks and sometimes months for these people to actually, they'll realize who he is. But even after they realize who he is, it takes weeks or months for them to sort of have to be deprogrammed to automatically just defending him for no reason. And then over time, they start to realize that they're doing it and they stop. That's real life brainwashing. You know what I mean? It's real life brainwashing. Well, what I was about to say, it's a very good point you bring up, Beach, right? What I was about to say is if you're listening to him talk about how his documentary is better than Karen's, I want y'all to remember one thing. He begged and pleaded and tried to deceptively get her to sign on to that documentary that he's on because he knew he would lose money and it would not be as impactful if she was not signed on to that documentary with him, right? He knew that. He knew that he'd get paid more. They would get paid more. And ultimately, it would lead to more opportunities if she signed on with him. And he tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. And she said no. So now the only thing that he can do is act like his is going to be so much better than hers. And his is going to make so much more money than hers. In reality, what he really knows to be true is that it's not as important. And realistically, if the person who's doing his documentary starts to figure out who he is, it ain't going to be a documentary about him anymore. It's going to be a mockumentary. They're going to realize who he is and they're going to show the world. And that's unfortunate for him, but it's karma. It's what he deserves. Anybody who's anywhere near him, including M. William Phelps, started to realize he was a liar, right? And that he couldn't produce evidence of the things that he was saying. You know? Well, that's the thing. How do they act when the cameras are off? When the cameras are off and people aren't watching, what are they doing? What are they doing? Who's he helping? Right? Who's he ever helped? And just for no reason, just try to make somebody's day better. Nobody, because he only cares about himself. And it's sad. There's people I don't even talk to anymore that I still care about, right? I still care how they're doing. I still care how their kids are, and all I can do is sort of wait for them to figure out who's shitty and who's not. There's nothing I can do, right? But I still care about them and their well-being, right? He actively goes out of his way to harm people. What does that tell you? Well, not Netflix. The Netflix documentary is the one that has the witnesses in it. So he's not in a documentary for Netflix. Netflix took on the witnesses and some other people for that one. I believe Rita is in that one. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Talking about the biggest trial, there are some way bigger trials in history. Casey Anthony, O.J. Simpson, the Menendez brother, like Ted Bundy, right? Who produced his? So it's another company. I forget the name of the company, but I know it's not going to be on Netflix. So that would leave other streaming services, I guess. I don't know, but it's not on, his is not on Netflix because they already bought Sandpapers. So good morning, Michael. Thank you. I forget the name of the company that produced his, but I do know that JFK knows the guy. And it's not Netflix because Netflix already bought the one with the witnesses and stuff. So that's where that documentary is going to be. So yeah, I forget the name, but it's got to be something like that. That's it. Compelling pictures. Thank you. Thank you. You always coming in with the info that I need, my friend. Thank you. And let's remember they're based in Quincy, Mass. Who else is based in Quincy, Mass? Micro Dots, Richie. Gee, I wonder if there's a connection there at all. Oh my God, yes, Lizzie Borden. That was a huge trial, right? Way before our time, but a huge trial. Yes, thank you. Seriously, you always come rolling with some of the facts. We appreciate you. But yeah, that was a huge one, right? Huge one. I mean, if you have to tell everyone how awesome and big you are and how awesome and big your documentary is and how awesome and big, then you're not, then you're not, right? Delphi. Yeah, that was a good case too. Some of these cases are very interesting, Oh, I'm not going to say the person's name, obviously, because it's their government name, but I have a $20 donation. It says, I always respect your opinion and wish it was more money. Hey, any little amount is always a help. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Every little bit helps, my friend. That's for sure. I have a feeling it will be too. Beach. I agree with you on that. Down south, you can ask 1,000 folks if they heard about Karen. Well, that's the thing, right? Not everyone has heard of this case. There's a lot of people that have no idea even who he is. He seems to forget that, right? Because in the world of YouTube, he thinks he's like the top dog. It's like, dude, there are people with millions and millions of subscribers. You're just like I'm a little fish in a very large pond. So is he, right? That's the bottom line. That's truth, right? Got a long way to go to get to the tippity top there, my dude, right? And for me, I don't even care. I don't want the tippity top. I just want just a happy medium. And I think someone like Mike from the Young Jerks says it perfectly, which is like, I just want to live a happy life and bring in some income and do what I love. That's it. I don't need to have 7 million subscribers. Would it be nice? Would I be able to help other people if I was bringing in that kind of money? Yes. Do I expect that? No. Do I strive for 7 million? No. If I could get around probably like 200,000, I'd be happy right there with not a single more. Like that would just be fine with me, right? Fine with me. And there's a long way to go from that. I heard about this case and it immediately intrigued me. Like, wait a second, she died on a cruise ship. It mirrors the case that I've gone over a couple times where the girl goes missing from the 90s on a cruise ship. Right. And they think that she could possibly still be out there and that one of the guys who worked on the ship has something to do with it. Right. Yep. The Adelson trial was big. The Murdoch trial was big, Stepbrother being charged, huh? That's interesting. See, that one was something that caught my eye as well. There's a lot. I mean, the Corey Richards case is going to be interesting. It's because she wrote the children's book and now she's accused of poisoning her husband. And then Lindsay Clancy's case happens, I think, February 2026. So the beginning of 2026 is actually going to be a very quick moving. And then we have the Tupac case, right? For that guy is coming. You know, the end of the year has been kind of slow as far as bigger cases, but the beginning of 2026 is going to have some really interesting cases. You know, really interesting cases. Yeah, stuffed under the bed, wrapped like, what in the hell? Big Dan's case in New Bedford was huge. I don't know that one, I don't think. But there are so many, you know? So many. Okay. Let me see if I can pull up some of the timeline that I started here. Yeah, the key card, when you go in places, records pretty much everything. The problem is when you're coming out, the key card doesn't, you know what I mean? So when you go in somewhere, cool. But if you leave, that's where the problem arises. I feel like they need to do something where, like, when you leave, it registers remotely what key card you have on you, you know, or maybe they should have like wristband things that the key card stays on, just so they can, you know, track movements, you know? I love that, Michael. I love that. I love that. That counter protest was walking through the depths of hell, right? There are plenty of crazies, Christy. You got that right, my friend. You know? I love that though, Michael. And yeah, that case is over. I mean, yeah, there are like civil suits that arise from that. And there's a criminal investigation in that. There's a grand jury that was impaneled months ago. But we never know when the shoe's gonna drop on that. You know what I mean? You never know. Or GPS on the key card. I don't know if they'd be able to do that because I feel like it would be too heavy, you know? Oh, Big Brother should never be peeking in our windows, though, you know? I feel like surveillance is great in some ways, especially for like missing persons cases. I wish that some of this technology existed back when my friend Mickey went missing. It's been almost 20 years and he still has not been found, right? And so I wish that some of this technology existed when he went missing. It didn't, right? And so he's not been found. But there is some technology that scares the shit out of me as a person. Most people like their privacy, right? Do you want drone pigeons looking in your fucking windows? I would hope not, you know? And some of the technology is like scary, you know? People do have a right to privacy. And we do know that places like the NSA snoop on their own citizens, even when they're not supposed to. They do it anyway, because who's going to oversee that? I don't blame you, Nicholas. I've lost my faith in the system in the way that it operates in this moment, right? I do believe that, and I've talked about this a million times on my show, how our laws need to catch up to the digital age. They need to catch up to the things that are happening. Sequestration needs to look different. We can't just give juror instructions anymore. It's just not feasible to say, hey, you need to not do this, this, and this, and then send them home and expect that they're not going to do exactly what you told them not to do. It's human nature, you know? And so I really do think that there needs to be a better way of, hey, if you're picked for this jury or whatever, you can't go home. You don't get a smartphone. Like, it's unfortunate, but there's got to be something to ensure that there is a fair trial for both sides. And that's not currently happening in our system and hasn't for a really long time. You know, one side or the other always has an advantage one way or the other. You know, the prosecution is never ending fun. So if you're a poor person who is a defendant, well, you're screwed from the beginning, right? If you're a rich person, well, you can pretty much just keep spending whatever you want and maybe even buy your way out of trouble, which we saw even in the Paris Hilton case. You guys remember when Paris Hilton went to jail? She went on like a hunger strike. She was supposed to get like 2 weeks in jail or something, and they ended up letting her out after like the 3rd day because she was on like a hunger strike. If I let out every person who was on a hunger strike in the prison I worked in, almost the whole fucking prison would be let out. You don't let people out just because they're on a hunger strike. Do you know what we have to do when someone does that? We have to actually go to the court and get a court order to bring them to a medical facility and force feed them through a G-tube. Okay? We have to get a judge to sign off on that when they're on a hunger strike. And in Paris Hilton's case, they just let her out. They said, "Oh, you're on a hunger strike, Paris Hilton? You're rich and you're on a hunger strike? Well, we can't have you doing that. Here, just go ahead and be let out of jail." What? What? I mean, that's not how it should be, right? At all. Not even a little. You know? I'm telling you, there's all sorts of crazy technology. My brother worked for a company, let's say a company. And some of the stuff that my brother would tell me is fucking seriously concerning, you know? It's seriously concerning, you know? I've never been on a cruise, newsflash. I've never been on a cruise. It's on my bucket list of things that I would like to do before I, kick the bucket is go on a cruise, you know? That's something I would love to do. Yeah, drone pigeon, I'm telling you. Those exist. They're real. They have all sorts of drones now. Yeah, that's the other thing. Where are the repercussions when you are breaking those rules? You took an oath, right? Where's the perjury charge? Like if you don't hold the jurors accountable when they're doing stuff like that, it just tells the other jurors they could just do it and nothing's going to happen. So where do we set the boundaries as a society to say, wait a second, hold on, and literally hold on? Sorry, guys. My kiddo needed to she had a half day of school today and she needed to take her Claritin. That's, no repercussions, just tells other jurors that they could just do it and F it, right? No consequences for that. And that's the problem. What is fair? Well, we know what isn't fair, right? Fair would be both sides have the same amount of money to spend. They have the same resources. They have the same set of rules for the jury. They don't have the federal government or any other agencies helping them with unlimited funds, that would be an unfair advantage and a way to salt the jury pool without ever doing really anything, My husband doesn't like to fly. He does not like to fly, so that is why we have driven to Florida numerous times. I'm totally down with a girls' cruise. That would be so fun. Good morning, Shay. So that's a good question, Beach. There is actually no way for us to tell. They're actually supposed to, essentially tell on themselves to the bar. Do I think that happened? Probably freaking not. And there's no way for us to tell whether the judge reported it or not. The only way we'd be able to tell is if there's ever a hearing about it. Although anyone can report it. You can, I can, anyone can. So I would guess that someone did, So if the judge didn't and they didn't report themselves, someone must have, I would bet someone did. I'm not into beaches, lakes or rivers. A beach. I don't like this. I don't like the salt. I like the sand. I don't like the salt. The salt is where I just don't. It's closed. I'm not a salt. I don't like the salt in the water. And also because the beach is so cold here. Like if I lived in Florida and the water was like piss warm, like it is there, then I would love the beach because the water would be warm. That's not the case here. It is freezing cold water here. So I'm not really a beach person. I am if I lived somewhere else. I feel you, Shay. I wasn't here yesterday, so essentially work is kind of kicking my butt as well. And believe me, I hear you on that. Right? Do they know that we want to like survive here? I got shit to do, lives to watch. I love that. I love that. Thank you. Appreciate you. I mean, I actually like the drive. Some people are like, "Oh, you don't like the drive?" I like the drive. I actually like the drive to Florida. It's a fun road trip. Me and my husband have done it many times with just the 2 drivers where we just switch off, but it's much better when you have more than 2 drivers and some people are awake and some people are asleep and you're doing the whole road trip and you get to a Buc-ee's and you stop at a Buc-ee. It's fun. It is fun to stop in different states, but we don't drive and then stop and stay overnight because it could take 2 or 3 days to get to Florida. So we do the whole like 24 hours straight through. We might stop somewhere and like eat lunch or something. But we don't stop and stay overnight. We just do the whole 22. I think it took us 21 hours with stops to get to Daytona. And it was like 26, I think, to do Miami. So, I mean, it's definitely better with other people. It's a blast. You can have fun on a road trip, and that's a pretty good road trip. Yeah, it's the water's freezing. I don't like it. I'll do a pond, a river. As you guys know, I love the Saco River. That's a summer thing I do once every summer with my friends, and it's always a blast. It's always so much fun. Yeah, that's the other thing. I want to see what's in there. You know what I mean? I love the shells. I loved getting shells. Fun fact, the last time we went to Florida, which was 2023, 2023, I would wake up at 5:30 in the morning and have my coffee, and the beach was across the street. We were in Port Canaveral, and I would walk across the street, and because I looked it up, and they told me the best times to go find shells were that early in the morning before anybody else gets there to steal them, and they would wash up. So I went over at about 5:30 with my coffee, and I sat on the beach, and I just watched the sun come up, and I picked up shells. I have a jar of shells that we got from there, and they're beautiful. I didn't find any really, really big ones. I was looking for sand dollars. I didn't find any of those either, but I did find some really pretty shells. And I wish I lived somewhere like that I could do that every morning. That would be so serene and relaxing. Because I'm telling you, when I was there, I was like, I don't want to leave. It was so relaxing and serene. Hold on a second. My little is yelling at the cat because the cat's scratching the chair. So yeah, there is sidebars. So I put in an email this morning to obtain the sidebars, although it's probably going to cost a pretty penny. So when they let me know how much it's going to cost, if they're going to charge, which I'm assuming they will, since it's going to be voluminous of sidebars from trial 1 and 2, we'll see how much it's going to cost. All right. Yeah, I have not been. I would be counting the days too, my friend. I would. I really would. All right, let's see. Yeah, switch. You switch. Ooh. I love the drive. You know, I love it. No, I wish we did. We don't. Hot springs. You mean hot springs? We don't have any of those here. Not that I know of. I wish we did. No open water. I love open water. Fishing, being on a boat. I love a boat. There was like a whole summer where with my ex-boyfriend, he had a boat, and we would sleep on the boat almost every night. And he had what you call a slip, which is like a place you would buy it. It was in Marina Bay, and you pull your boat into it, and there's other people that have theirs, and just the waves, they weren't big, but like the rocking will rock you right. He had, TV and a bed, and just rock you right to sleep. It was so nice. But some people don't like that sort of movement of a boat. For me, I love it. We have a thing every year in the summer here called Aquapalooza, and boats tie off to each other. and it's just like hundreds of boats tied off to each other. So as soon as you pull up, you just get on the end and you throw your rope to the next person over, and we all tie together. And there are like little sort of smaller docks in between. It's always in the same place. And so people will just walk boat to boat to boat, share food, share drinks, play games. Like, it's a blast. So some people bring the most ridiculous floats, and the, people who do the event come by in their little boat, and they shoot like t-shirt cannons and all sorts of, it's a blast. If you've never been to an Aquapalooza, you should try it summer of 2026. It is an absolute, if you have a boat. That's the other thing. You have to have a boat, or you have to know somebody who has a boat to do Aquapalooza, but it is an absolute freaking blast. It is. It's so fun. Yes. So he did out himself as the Trump versus DeSantis account, which I already knew was him. And even though I said to people like, that's him, they were like, no, it's not. I'm like, no, yeah, it is. Do you know how many fake accounts he has? A lot. A lot. He has a lot of fake accounts. Yes. Hot Springs. Yeah. We don't, not that I know of, we don't have any. I've actually never been to one, but yes, I did send in the email this morning to try to get those sidebars. So we'll see how much of an arm and a leg they want to try to charge for them, for how many pages it is. I love the mountains too. It's beautiful. I really want to sleep on like a sleeper train. That's also on my bucket list. Like, but not like a teeny tiny one. I want like a comfortable sleeper train that you could take, and sleep on and see the, mountains or something. Like, I just like, that's on my bucket list, to find one that's like not extravagant, but not tiny, Yeah, I don't think I would do cave diving though. That's one thing that I don't think I would do. Just too many things that you could die from that. Ooh, houseboats. That would be fun. That would be fun. Yes, like exactly like that. It's like a boat block party. It's exactly so where it is, it's between Weymouth and like Hingham, like in the water. We just got my daughter a cat because we took the neighbor's cat. But yeah, it's like a boat block party, and it's a blast. It's between like Weymouth and Hingham on the water, and it's an absolute blast. It's so fun. Yeah, he's a dumbass. This is like the 5th time he's outed himself with fake accounts by like showing his screen like a dumbass. I show my screen all the time. Here's an idea, bud. When you only have one account, you don't have to worry about it. But we just got my daughter a cat. We took the neighbor's cat. It was her ex-boyfriend's cat, and when he left, he didn't take the cat, and her dogs were like trying to eat the cat, and she's very lovey. And her name is Dora, and yes, she has started exploring. And she's very vocal. So she meows a lot, but she meows when she wants you to pat her. So she'll come over and like put her head under your hand just so you'll pat her. But she's a very lovable cat. And she was in here this morning, and I was like shutting the door, and I was like, all right, Dora, either you're going to, introduce yourself to the peoples, or I'm going to close it. You're going to be stuck in here with me, or you're going to go out. She just darted right out. And I was like, all right, I guess you're not introducing yourself to the peoples today. But she's very lovable. And her name is Dora. That was already her name. We did not name her that, but it took her about 2 days to go exploring, She's only a couple years old. So she's a calico. She's got a very fluffy tail, but she's orange and black, and she has white on her stomach and a little bit on her paws and a little on her chin. But everywhere else is black and orange. And she's got a fluffy tail, and she's got like very fluffy ears. So it almost looks like she's a cross between like a Maine Coon and a calico is what she looks like. She's got big paws like a Maine Coon would have. So she looks like a cross between like a Maine Coon and a calico. She's adorable. And she's very lovable. And as you could probably hear my daughter going, she's out there playing with her. Didn't I send you the picture? Did I send you the picture? I don't know if I did. Let me see. See if I can show you guys this way anyway. Let's see. I think I can show you guys this way real quick. This is Dora. Let me blow up the picture a little to show you guys. This is Dora. She's the explorer, but she does look like a cross between like a Maine Coon and a calico. But she's, she's very, very vocal. She meows when she, like, if you talk to her and you go, Dora, she'll meow, meow, meow. She'll do like 5 or 6 meows. Like she's talking. Those, right? The cheeks. I mean, look at how cute they are. She's just like, she's loving it. Like, she is so freaking cute. That fluffy tail. Like, I mean, come on. Adorable. She's a good girl. Dude, this chair is so creaky. I have to find a different way to, like. Also, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, my phone told me this morning, apparently Amazon starts their Black Friday sale today. So it goes from today until my birthday, the 28th, which is next Friday. So yeah, that's exactly what her eyeballs say. You give me treats or I pee in your shoes. Thankfully, she was already trained, and she doesn't really go anywhere besides her box. Thank God, because I have carpets everywhere except the kitchen and the bathroom and my daughter's room. Those are the only 3 rooms that have hardwood floors. Every other room in the house is carpet. So although some people say they hate carpets and they like hardwood better. I don't. I've always had hardwood, and sweeping that thing 19 times a day instead of just being able to vacuum it real quick, I prefer the carpet. Although the one thing I don't like about the carpet is I don't have a carpet cleaner, and I need one bad. Because my kids like to spill stuff, and I have the thing that has like the spray, and it's got the thing on the other side, and you can, but it doesn't really work. So I like the carpet more. I do. Hopefully, it's on my Amazon wish list, the one that's on private. That, again, if you guys want it, you're more than happy to give it to you guys. We had to make it private because there were people, the sewer turtle crew, that were like effing with my wish list to like take everything off of it, but not buy anything, so that it would just be empty. So that if you guys chose to want to buy something, you couldn't. And so we had to make it private. So if you want it, you can just ask one of us. Me or one of my mods will happily give it to you. But I do have a mini carpet cleaner on there that's like perfect. It's like a mini Bissell, and it's pink. And I only need, like, I don't need a full size, but I only need a mini one for small stains, right? And I think it was originally like $99 or something. And I think the Black Friday sale, I looked this morning, it was like 78 or 76 or something like that. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna wink, wink, nudge, nudge my husband and be like, Christmas or birthday or something. I want it. God damn it. Want it. I love carpets. I use the clumping kitty litter. It's a clumping kitty litter so that no matter if she pees or poos, it clumps. You stream live? I think I did let me see. I think I did subscribe to you the last time. I think. I remember hitting subscribe to one of you guys, as knowing that you guys had a channel, and I looked and I was like, oh, let me, subscribe to that channel. I love that your name is Biker Daddy. Speaking of which, I know you guys have seen that it's in the background, but I'll show it to you up close and personal, because the amount of this, I like refuse to get a new helmet because I love my riding helmet so much. But this is a helmet I've had for years, and as you can see, there's lots of nicks and dents, and well, not dents, but nicks in it, just because I've had it for so long. But every time I ride, and you'll know, right? If you live in Massachusetts and you see this helmet, you'll know it's me. But people will literally point at me while I'm riding or roll their window down and be like, hey, and I'm like, you trying to kill me? Like, if someone's riding a motorcycle and you're pointing at them or yelling at them, you're distracting them and they're trying to ride. But I love my helmet. It's got stars. My best friend loved stars. It's got stars on it. And every time I get to like a stoplight, I must not be the only person who does this, but I lift up this and just let the air hit my face, Like, I love that feeling. And sometimes when I'm riding, I leave it like a tiny bit open just to get some air if I'm not going too fast. But my riding gloves are pink with butterflies on them. So imagine, right? You're just driving down the street in your car and you see this very bright pink helmet and bright pink gloves. It's distracting. It distracts people into looking, which is like, I get it, but if I just wear a black helmet, it's not me, right? Like, it's not me. And I'm not going to switch to a black helmet specifically because, other people might be distracted by my helmet. I love my helmet. I love my, it's me. You know what I mean? Like, I want it to be me. I don't want to have to switch my helmet because other people are staring. You've never seen a woman drive a motorcycle before? I mean, it's not that rare, I thought it was weird too, but they must be that bored, to be like messing with my wish list. Who the fuck does that? Like, it's very rare that someone buys something from my wish list anyway. So it's like, why? Like, what joy do you get out of doing that exactly? But Amazon had to look into it, but they're gonna, the accounts that were doing it, like, you can get your account suspended for that. It's not smart, you know. I mean, that's always going to happen. We have hate watchers that watch us every stream. You know what I mean? It is what it is. They want to complain about my coffee or the way I do donations. Like, then don't fucking watch. I'll run my show the way I want to run my fucking show, and you can run your whatever the way you run your whatever, right? I'll stay in my fucking lane and you fucking stay in yours. Not that hard. Let me see. I'm trying to. Okay, let's see. Well, now I'm subscribed, biker. Oh my God, is that your dog? How cute. How freaking cute. I love it. I freaking love it. I love it. I see the one where you got a new grill. I love my grill, but I also have the famous, very popular griddle grill. Aw. Listen, we're a community here, so we don't just, talk to our viewers. We make sure like everyone's okay, like someone's not having anxiety today, or, you know, someone doesn't need groceries that we can all chip in for. You know what I mean? Like, this is a community. It's not just a live stream where we hang out and talk about cases. Like, this is whole damn community. So once you're in, you are part of the family and you get stuck with us. You're stuck with us now. Sorry, you're stuck with us. Yep, you got to. I clean it every other day. So every other day we scoop and then change at the end of the week. Listen, I support any creator. It Even if you only go live once in a while, it's hard being a creator or getting paid. They don't YouTube pays very little, as you know. So I support anybody who's trying to do their own thing, no matter what thing they're doing, Hey, I love it. Oh, so much fun. So much fun. They are ridiculous. Like, who does that? Who goes on someone else's wish list? Like, what the hell? Yeah, I just hit that subscribe button, my friend. I sure did. Listen, like I said, I support other people who are creators, and I encourage other people to do the same. So if you check out Biker's channel, just give him a little subscribe and a couple thumbs up on his videos. I'm sure he'd more than appreciate it. And we're a family. That's what we do. What people don't realize is I don't care if you have 5 million subscribers or 5 or none, right? If you're trying to run a channel, even once in a while, I support that, right? As long as if you're not a hateful person, you're not a mean person, like, I support you. And we should be lifting each other up, not smacking each other down, especially smaller creators. It is fucking hard out there for small creators. Yeah, he's almost at 200, guys. 3 more people and he's at 200. Can we give that gift to him, Can we give that gift to him? I love it. I love it. And we're freaking going keep buffering and it's driving me nuts. Yeah, we interact outside of chat. A lot of you are in the Discord, you know. Homesteading, oh, that sounds fun. Girl, listen. Utilize AI, my friend. Utilize AI for all you need to do. Like, go download ChatGPT and ask it to do whatever you're trying to do with Adobe Premium Pro, and it'll do it for you. I promise you, it saves a lot of time. Respectfully, you're allowed. Respectfully, you are allowed. You're totally welcome, my friend. You're totally welcome. All right, let's see. I do have a timeline for you guys for the Walsh case. I wasn't all the way done with it, but what the hell? What is happening? Da, 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 da. Just wanted to finish what it was supposed to do. Mr. Biker Daddy, 22 Ride or Die, which goes by Peggy Hill on YouTube. Has 197 subs, so he's 3 away from 200. So if y'all want to hop over there and support him, you can type in his which is Biker Daddy 22 Ride or Die, or you can type in Peggy Hill, and then you should see that picture that's in his icon, and then at Biker Daddy 22 Ride or Die, and you should see his channel. Wait a second. Hold on. How about this? How about we just do it the easy way, guys? Let's see. We just do it this way, right? Here is the link to his channel. There you go. Perfect. Right? Now you have 198. I can see it. 198. 199. I refreshed. 1 away from 200. You see that? Oh, now you got 201. There you go. Woo! We're over 200. I appreciate you guys for helping him out. Nope, you're already over. 201. You're at 201 right now. I love it. Right? It's always free to help someone else out, guys. It's always free to put a couple likes on their videos, write a little comment, and show your support. It takes 2 seconds of all y'all's time. You know? All right. Let's see. It is what a community does. They help each other. They support each other. It's what we do. Let's see. All right. So I'll start. Well, now it says 201. At least that's what it says on my side. 202. 202. So now you're over. Yeah, you don't always have to spend money to help someone. You were 198. I love you, Benny. I love you, my dude. All right, let's see. Let me get up this timeline here. I got. I love you. I only have one account. I like to keep it that way. I can't have more than one. Shit's too complicated for me. I got so much shit that I do on a daily basis, whether it's checking my Twitter or my Facebook or this or email. And so I try to keep it to one goddamn account because I don't think I could do more than one. It would be too much. We got you. I can't flick it at the moment because it's in a bun, but you know. You know. Now I'm starting to get hot. It's the hot and cold flashes from being sick. I'm telling you guys, literally. Right? I can barely handle the goddamn one account I have. All right. And also by this time next week, all my, beautiful front grays will be gone. Womp, womp, womp. My old 38-year-old ass that's about to be 39 next week will not have any grays. Oh yeah. The memberships. We haven't had people get a membership in a while. I think I gave away the full 10, right? for this month. Let me see. Let me see. Did I? I think I did. I think I did. Membership gifting. Yeah, I did. I did. Girl, we twinsies. Well, at least until next Friday. I'll be 39 next Friday. I'm old, all right? I'm old, man. Listen, if I actually believed that, I mean, I appreciate it. I do. But my grays kind of give it away. My mother grayed early. So, I mean, and that's the funny part is it's literally only the front of my head. I thought about doing like just the gray highlights to just like melt it in, but it's like literally only the front and underneath. If I put my hair down, you can't even really see them. But, you know. Oh, yes. I didn't even think about that. Nope, I'm not a Scorpio. I'm a Sagittarius. My daughter is the last day of Scorpio. My little's birthday is tomorrow. And so she's a Scorpio. Her and my husband are both Scorpios. And I am Sagittarius. And my other two girls are also Sagittarius. So me and two of my girls are Sagittarius. And then we have two Scorpios. I was going to do highlights that were gray. So they would just melt into the gray I already got. But instead, I'm just going to do my roots black because my hair is already black. That's what color my hair is. So by next week, there will be no grays. It'll just be black hair. Yep, Sagittarius. Whoop, whoop. But I also love my Scorpios because I have two in the house. So 2 Scorpios and 3 Sagittariuses. You know, it's a fiery house. You know what I'm saying? It's fiery in here. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yes, I am going to be 39. I was born in 1986. So I'm fucking old. All right. Fun fact, though, my oldest is going to be 21, 3 days after my birthday on December 1st, which is actually when the Walsh trial starts, December 1st. So yeah, my oldest will be 21, which makes me feel even fucking older. We do rule. Mine's lost in the abyss of my YouTube membership. I love it. We'll get, so let's all remember. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Adam Deitch in a second. Oh, you're a baby. You're a baby. To be fair, I got hit on by a 25-year-old like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I still got it. I was like, how old are you? And the kid was like 25, and I was like, I mean, I'm not old enough to be your mother, but technically I have a 20-year-old. So like, you're a baby. You're a baby. Although to be fair, I've been a MILF since I was 18. So, But to be fair, every year I tell my kids that I'm 21 again. So technically speaking, I'm 21 again. My daughter said a couple weeks ago, she goes, so we're going to be 21 at the same time. I go, yeah, durr. You're definitely a grown man, but I wish I was still 25. I would take, girl, listen, anything to go back to being 24 or 25. Best times of my life back then. Best times of my life. I had so much fun, so many trips and so much fun, But yeah, I'm 21, durr. Hello. Remember, I'm not 39. I'm 21. Every year. Every year. I'm 21. Over again. That's what we tell the kids. Back. Girl, you got to learn how to get on the front. Screw the back. The back's fun too. Being a passenger is fun. My friend Carrie, when she first got her bike, I was like, I'm going to teach you how to have a passenger, right? Like you're going to bring me around this parking lot on the back of your bike and I'm going to teach you how to have a passenger. Because to be fair, on a motorcycle, as the driver, you could put anybody you want on the back of your bike, but it's not smart, right? Because for instance, if you put somebody on the back of a bike who's never been on a motorcycle before and you go to take a turn and they lean the opposite direction instead of leaning in with you, yeah, you could cause an accident and die. So you want that passenger to know how to be a passenger on the back of a bike. Fun fact, I rode until I was like 7.5 months pregnant. And I checked with the doctor first. Don't come for me. She said it's just as safe as being in a car. The odds of being in an accident, if you're driving safely, are, just as much as being in a car, but I rode until I was about 7.5 months pregnant. And when we had my little, we were in the hospital and she was crying. She's a little colicky. And I said to my husband, I said, get on YouTube and put on motorcycle sounds, because every time I would get on the bike, she would fall asleep, right? And I would shut the bike off and get off, and she'd be in there kicking away, kicking. So I'm like, let's just like try it, right? And sure as hell, we put on YouTube and put on motorcycle sounds, just the sound of a bike, right? And put it right near her. And just like that, she fell asleep. And I was like, OMG, that's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl. But you never put somebody on the back of a goddamn bike that's never been and does not know how to be, hi Heisenberg, a passenger on a bike, because that could be catastrophic. But back or front is extremely freeing. But I'm going to teach you, girl. Listen, summertime, me and you gonna have to teach you how to drive that bitch yourself. You know, a piece of advice for a 25-year-old: live your life. You know, don't let people give you limits. Obviously, don't be reckless, but at the same time, live your young life while you can, because by the time you're 35, right, all that fun and extra time doesn't exist anymore, right? As many trips as you can take with your friends and as many memories as you can make, take as many pictures as you can, because all that stuff's going to matter later on. I promise you that. But I say, you never know what's going to happen next month. I mean, I lost my best friend before she was 30. And I'm glad. I used to hate her taking pictures all the time. I'd be like, God damn it, Jenna, stop taking pictures. Like, she took pictures all the time. And my youngest was born after she passed. And so her middle name is Jenna, named after my best friend who passed. And it's just sad. You know, I'm glad that she took all those pictures, because now I have a slew of pictures of her and my kids and her son, and all the way from when we were, you know, teenagers to adults. And we had so many amazing memories. I miss her every day. But at the same time, I am glad that I have the gift of having all of those memories and having those pictures of her, to the point where my little now knows who she is, what she looks like, who she's named after, you know. I keep that spirit alive on purpose, you know. I had fun at 21. I did. I'm still a barrel of fun when I'm allowed to be. I have kids, so I don't get to go out that much. Hopefully that changes on my birthday and we get to go out. But when I do go out, it's a blast, you know. That's why I say live life now while you don't have all those responsibilities, and have fun, you know. Don't do anything crazy, but have fun, you know. Do something you would never do. Like, if you don't like camping, try it. You don't like fish, try it. If you've never traveled, do it, you know. Those are things that I would tell any younger person, you know. Ooh. You can always have them lowered, my friend. Fun fact, you can always have the bike lowered so that your feet will touch the ground. I'm 5'4", so I never really have that problem. You can have it lowered a little so that, you know, it doesn't matter. But listen, I get it. We had a 600 Superman. Loved that bike. It got stolen, hence why we no longer have a bike. But the Superman has a very wide gas tank. And so that's why it's called the Superman, because you're more in a downward position on it because of how big the gas tank is. But it's a friggin' wonderful bike to drive. I love a good Harley, but I'm not going to lie. I love my crotch rockets too. And if I had to pick, it would be a crotch rocket. And to be fair, even on a Harley, I wear a full face helmet. Some people wear the buckets. I feel like safety wise, I don't care. It's going to be a full face helmet. I want my full head protected. I've lost 4 people to motorcycle accidents in my lifetime. And 2 of them were wearing bucket helmets and not full face helmets. So I will always wear my full face helmet no matter what kind of bike I'm on. You know? Never? Girl, listen. They're just as fun, but you can ride them safely. You could still have them lowered. It'd be a little more difficult if you're under 5 feet, but you can still have them lowered, you know? On the back, girl, no, you need to get on the front. It's even more freeing on the front. You're going to learn how to ride that bitch yourself, you know? Bingo, my friend. You know, I always like to say I try to give my kids memories and not just things, you know, things, because things get broken, things get lost. Trips, memories, those are the things I remember from when I was a kid and from when I was young. The trip that all me and my friends took, like that's why I do the Saco trip still every year. And more people want to come every year because it's so much fun. We always get, we get sitters, so it's always adults, but it's a blast. It's so much fun, right? And I'll never give up that one trip that I take every year. And sometimes we camp right on the river. Other times we get an Airbnb. No matter what way you do it, it's the people that you're with that make it the memory that it is, Ooh, a cruiser. That'd be a nice one. Life is so short and you just never know what can happen. That's why I say live it. Live it as much as you can. Also save. Easier said than fucking done. I can't even do that right now, but save your money. Spend on things that you want to. Don't not spend on things that you want to, because money comes and goes. But if you have the option to save so that you can buy a house or a new car or an emergency happens, do it. Because had I saved all the money I made as a dancer, maybe I would have a car right now. To be fair, though, I used it to pay bills and I did buy a car with it and furniture and pay for things for my children. So I did, and I made memories with it. So, it's not like I didn't spend it in a way that I would be not proud of or something. But if I had saved some of it as a retired dancer, I'd probably have a lot of it, No, that's a good time too. When all your kids are grown and, 2 out of the 3 of my kids will be, one's already an adult, one's almost an adult. And then I just have the one little who's going to be 8 tomorrow. But like, by the time I'm your age, right, 53, all my kids will be adults. And so that's also a good time in your life, as long as you're still able-bodied. And, I have a lot of health problems that I didn't have pre-COVID, unfortunately. But that's a great time in your life too, to be able to just do, I love that. I love that. That's okay. Listen, that's why you got to expand your horizons, my friend. Ooh, 85. Fun fact, my dad was a mechanic. My grandfather was a diesel mechanic. So I grew up in shops being taught over and over and over how to do this, how to do that, 82 Yamaha. My dad had a Nova. That's how, you know what I mean? My dad was so proud of that freaking Nova that he built from bottom to top. I drove it once, she said. Hey, that's all right. Love bikes. Love bikes. Yeah, you know what I mean? You just gotta try stuff that you never thought you would. And then you find that you like some of that stuff. To be fair, I'm like a unicorn. I'm a nerd, right? And to be like, let's be honest here. I'm not an ugly girl, right? So back in the day, being pretty and being a nerd, not 2 things that went together. Okay. Not 2 things that went together. You were either pretty or you were a nerd. You were not both. I am both. I am a nerd. I love information. I love education. I love to educate myself on all sorts of different topics. I think it was last year I started delving into like physics, like I'm just random with it. Like something interests me and I need to know everything about it. Like everything. That's okay, Sam. That's all right. We've been talking about all sorts of just random stuff, actually. So, and the first part of it was just like jury instruction from Walsh's case and the judge giving jury instruction for about, I'd say like 20 or 30 minutes or so, because they're still looking for jurors. My daughter will never actually be 5 feet, my oldest, because of her disease. She'll never actually be 5 feet. She's be right under 5 feet, which is okay because I'm only 5'4" anyway, They're heavy. You're right about that. It takes a really long time to get the oomph to sort of hold up a bike that heavy. And they're heavy. Oh, you go, girl. Like Hank Hill. I love it. I mean, who doesn't love that show? I'm just saying. I love it. So no, I tell my daughter that she's fun sized. When she was little, when she was smaller in school, the kids would make fun of her because she was little, like smaller. And she used to come home and be like, am I too small? Am I small? Short stature is part of her disease where it's sort of stunted her height of growth. And so she's normal proportionately for her size, but she's just shorter, right? And so when she came home, I'll never forget her coming home from school and being so upset that she was small. And the kids kept saying she was small. And I was like, you tell them you're not small. You are fun sized. Okay. Fun sized, which is better to be fun sized. Okay. So that's what we have been ever since then, is not small, not short, fun sized. Okay. And she was very, very happy to be fun sized. All right. Love it. I wish I'm holding like 30 pounds of water weight just from my medications alone that just can't come off because it's medication, you know? Oh, that is a sad trial, you know? Ooh. Girl, you can say that again. It does fly. It really does, you know? Oh, I love that though. I have my dad's drumsticks. My dad played the drums. And actually in this closet behind me, I actually need like a shadow box that holds drumsticks because I need something to keep them safe. And you can see all the wear from how long my dad used them for, like all the wear and tear on them. And I would be devastated if one of them broke. And right now they're up on the top shelf in the closet. And I really just want something to hold them in that will keep them safe. And I have yet to find something that would hold drumsticks and keep them safe at once. That's right. You listen. Can you teach that to other boys your age? I'm just saying. Can you? Can you? They all need to be taught. Oh, I love this. You let me know when you have it up and running, and we would all love to follow along with you because I love that kind of stuff. And again, love to support a channel. Doesn't matter what kind of channel, you know? You know what I'm saying? So funny. Yeah, we're perfectly imperfect as humans. That's kind of what we are. You know what I mean? All right, let's get this timeline up. Just give me a second here. Oh, my computer is not being. Wait, is this it? This is the first one. Aha! Aha! I have found the first piece that I have made. Give me 1 second. Oh, absolutely. You can message me anytime and I'll help any way I can. Because it does get a little tricky when you first learn and nobody's usually willing to teach you. So it's kind of like a self-taught thing. So I'd be more than happy to help when you're ready. You just let me know and I will happily help you figure out whatever it is that you need to figure out. And there are some easy shortcuts too to make less work. I mean, there's always going to be a lot of work when it comes to a channel. I'm just going to tell you that now. Hours and hours and hours, pre-show and after show. If you're doing long form videos, it's all the editing. There's a lot. I edit, clips and stuff too. So believe me when I say I did my own intro and outro and I had to learn how to do it myself. So believe me, I get it. There's a lot that goes into it. A lot. But I'm more than happy to help. All right, let's see. All right, so my face is behind this, of course, but this is part of the Brian. Okay, so the timeline, right? December 27th, 2022. The prosecutors say Brian Walshe's search history begins, including terms like how long before a body starts to smell and dismemberment. So this was pre her disappearing, okay? Which was January 1st. Oh, I totally get it. But in order to highlight the beauty and show other people, you got to get the algorithm to pick it up because sharing the beauty of it is the best part, right? Sharing it with other people. Sorry, we were buffering, but sharing it with other people and the beauty of it is the best part. So it's not really about, how many subscribers, but unfortunately for the algorithm, nobody will see it if you don't have them. So, it's just one of those things where you're like, you want to share that with other people and talk to them about it. Like you got to get subscribers. So we'll definitely help you with that. You're welcome. Yeah, they are. So, and this is just like a quick overview, and then I'm going to delve a little bit more into it, right? So January 1st, 2023, right? Oh, fun fact. I love rock music, but I also love all kinds of music, but I love rock music, especially older rock music, you know? Like I'm a huge, huge fan of, um, and that's how it should be. You make a couple extra bucks to try to, it's just a lot to run a stream. Like all the little programs you need to run it. That's the part that gets you, you know? That's the part that gets you. But all right. January 1st, 2023, around 4 in the morning, 4 a.m., Brian Walshe and his wife, Anna, celebrate New Year's Eve with Brian's mother at their home in Cohasset. Anna is later seen on security footage at 5:15 a.m., leaving the house and entering a vehicle. Okay. January 2nd, 2023, the morning, Brian Walshe told authorities he visited his mother in Swampscott, but phone records didn't verify this. After noontime, Brian was seen on surveillance video making purchases, including cleaning supplies and a hacksaw, which, by the way, they later found that hacksaw, right? January 4th, 2023, Anna Walshe is officially reported missing by her employer and later by Brian. Questions arise over Brian's account of her departure. January 8th, 2023, Brian Walshe is arrested, charged with misleading a police investigation and improper disposal of a body. January 18th was charged for murder and improper handling of a human body, right? Now I have an even better timeline. Massachusetts, I think she means, where we live, Massachusetts. Canada, I've always wanted to visit Canada. Never been able to, but always wanted to. It's beautiful out there. Some of the mountains out there are just gorgeous. Fun fact, they actually did a lot of the filming of The 100, the TV show, which was literally one of my favorite besides Lost, in Canada. All right, let's see. So let's see here. So January 2nd, right? So January 1st, 2023 is she's seen alive after a New Year's Eve gathering at their home. And that's the final time anybody sees her, right? That's the last confirmed sighting of her before everything goes haywire, right? Which is a problem. So on literal New Year's Day, she is now missing, right? Her husband claims that she left for a work trip, an emergency work trip, and got in an Uber and then got on a flight, which we know did not happen. They then looked into that further and that didn't happen, right? So she had just completely disappeared at that point, with the husband saying it was a work emergency, but not really it being a work emergency, obviously. January 2nd, right? While claiming Anna left for work early, surveillance footage later shows Brian buying hundreds of dollars worth of cleaning supplies. It was like between $400 and $450, by the way, of cleaning supplies. Mops, tarps, buckets, hacksaw. His explanation was, I lost the receipt. Okay, cool. But why are you buying all that stuff? And then, like I said, January 4th, she was officially reported missing. But back before she went missing on December 27th, 2022, just days ahead of when she would eventually go missing, he was starting his digital trail. That's where it begins. And the prosecutors say that Brian Walshe started making pretty disturbing Google searches like dismemberment, how long before a body starts to smell, and other forensic cleanup questions about how to clean, and then embalming, right? Yeah, the blue surgical gloves he had on and while shopping at Home Depot, weird. But the searches become like a huge piece of evidence in the case, because they took his kids' iPads and stuff. So weird. Ooh, Connecticut. Connecticut's only about, well, depending on where in Connecticut, it's about an hour and a half from me, because it only takes about 45 minutes to an hour to go all the way through Rhode Island, and I'm only about 25 minutes from Rhode Island, here in Mass. So My leg's itchy. January 4th, Anna is officially reported missing, first by her employer, then by Brian, but the pieces are already at that point not quite adding up, right? Police find some pretty serious inconsistencies in Brian's timeline and his claims about her work trip, right? So, right, massive digital footprint, and that's what he left. Also, like on his kids' devices as well. So again, he was arrested not for murder, but for misleading police during a missing persons investigation originally. That's when it starts to begin, when they start like digging deeper into his movements and his digital history at that point, right? Okay. So January 18th, the charges are escalated dramatically, and he's formally charged with murder, improper handling of a human body, and obstruction, which 2 of those he has now pled guilty to. So improper handling of a human body and obstruction, or witness intimidation, I believe it was, that he pleaded guilty to 2 days ago or 3 days ago, Monday. Her body, by the way, has still not ever been recovered to this day. February 2024, inside the jail, Mr. Brian Walshe was stabbed. Okay. Then a competency hearing was issued, and the judge said, well, his attorneys raised the issue that he might not be competent to stand trial because he was stabbed in jail. Listen, I have PTSD. PTSD is not a reason that you can't stand trial. Now, immediately when they moved him to Bridgewater, which is the prison that I worked at for many moons, I knew he would be found competent, because it's very rare that somebody's not found competent. And even if they are not found competent in that moment, it's usually a month, 2 months, 3 months later, they're found competent and on you go to the trial. It's very rare that someone's not found competent at all. That almost never happens. So I knew, he would be found competent, and he was found competent to stand trial, which is when they started jury selection, right? He pled guilty on the 18th, 2 days ago. Guilty to 2 lesser charges, disposing of a body and misleading police, but witness intimidation. He maintains his not guilty plea to the first-degree murder charge. And so now, obviously, we're still moving forward with this trial. He, hold on, let me see. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Trailer Park Boys. I still love that show. So funny. Yeah, he was in the basement. So like the nanny was upstairs, like feeding the kids, and he's down in the basement, like dismembering a body, supposedly, right? That's what he's doing. Okay. Unfortunately, like that's the assertion that the government has made about what was Brian Walshe doing with her body. You know what I mean? Weird. I would rather also give birth than have tooth pain. Agreed. Also agreed. Okay. I'm going to read you guys some of these Google searches. I hate the dentist, but I also hate tooth pain, and I would rather give birth 10 times over, and that's very painful, than have tooth pain. Okay. Facts. Those are big facts. All right. While I am pulling up these searches so that I can read them to you guys, just know there are a bunch of different ways you can help support the channel, and fuck off to the trolls that don't like the way I run my channel. You don't like it? Don't fucking hate watch me. How about that? I'm a very small channel. Like I said, I'm a small fish in a big pond. And one of the ways that I'm able to sort of cover the cost and maybe make something on top of that is you guys. I have no corporate sponsors. There's no donors that pay for me to talk about their products. There's no other channels that are supporting me. Just me, myself, and I going to the beat of my own drum and having all of you amazing people here. So 2:30. Love it. 2:30. Hilarious. I love it. 2:30. That's hilarious. I probably would too. That's some pain. That's some serious pain, you know? But there's a bunch of different ways you can support us. You can hit the like button, the subscribe button. Those are free to do. You can get a membership to the channel. You can do a super sticker or a super chat. Fun fact, if you have an Android, you can use your Google Play points and turn them into dollars and actually help support any creator with those. So that's fun. I don't think iPhone has an option like that, but at least Android does. Then there are, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. You can gift memberships to other people as well to help out the channel and to help out other people get a membership. And then there are the most direct routes to your creators, which is what I suggest you do to any creator, which is Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. And then we have a link for anybody who just wants to use their debit or credit card. It does go to my PayPal. So it's set up and you click on it and it'll show you that it's PayPal, but you don't have to have PayPal. I have PayPal. So that's the way it is set up for it to go to my PayPal. But you can use any credit or debit card. You can put in any amount you want. You can write any little, little comment or thing you want me to read or just personally read. You can remain anonymous on any of these. When I see somebody's government name pop up, I usually don't read that anyway. Most of the time, if somebody wants their name read, they'll just write, I'm whatever and write their online name. Otherwise, I'll just say anonymous because I don't want to read anybody's personal information out there because there's lots of trolls, right? Like the Sewers crew. We don't want them being harassed. And so oftentimes I'll just read it as anonymous and I'll read the little notes that you guys send because they're all so kind and nice and I love it. So I do have a wish list. If you want the wish list, there is a public one. It only has like 4 or 5 things on it. My oldest wanted ceramics. You guys know she's blind but she wants ceramics to paint. She likes to paint. And there's one on there that has like 6 mugs. It makes like Christmas trees that I really want to do with the girls for Christmas. But other than that, everything else is on the private wish list. If you would like the link to that, you can ask me, Jesse, or any of the mods, and we'll happily send it to you. We had to sort of make it private because of trolls, which is gross. Thank you, Shay. I heart your face too. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's something new that I just learned about probably like 2 months ago, that Google Play, you can turn those points into donuts. All you have to do is take your Google Play points and change them in for Google Play money, which you can do right there on the app. So say you have 1,000 Google Play points, that's $10 in Google Play money. So you go to the option where you turn them in for Google Play money, and now you have $10. So you can use that $10 in Google Play money to use it to donate from your phone to any creator you want if you have an Android, which is kind of cool. I did not know that was an option until recently. So, hey. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, you can message Jesse we also have Discord. I appreciate you, Shay. Thank you very much, my friend. I was sick yesterday and it was killing me because I'm like, I can't afford to be sick. You guys know I'm not one of those channels that gets like 30 or 40 donos per stream, which, maybe one day that would be great. And that would definitely sort of help out. But I am a smaller channel. I don't get that kind of stuff. So every and any little donation definitely goes a long way to helping cover the costs. And then hopefully I can make something on top of that. So thank you for that donation. I appreciate it very much, Shay. Yeah, Apple takes, that's so crazy to me. I did not know this until someone else pointed this out to me, that Apple takes 30% and then YouTube takes 30%. So that's like 60% of a $10 donation. You'll get $4 and you don't see that until 6 weeks. They pay one time a month. So basically anything I make in this month of November, I will not get paid out until December 21st, which is days before Christmas. So fingers crossed that anything I get on YouTube ends up being enough at the end of the month to help me with Christmas gifts, because that's what it will be. last minute, of course, but nonetheless, still, you know. But yes, any amount is appreciated. We appreciate it more than you know. Those likes, those comments, those all still help. You know, it helps the algorithm for other people to find us, you know. Ooh, good luck in your appointment, my friend. Let us know how it goes. I heart your face. Well, I do get paid for ads. There are ads that play during my, I don't choose the ads. YouTube chooses the ads, but it's very little. They pay like 1/10 of a cent per whatever views. Like it's not, I think I made like was it $3 or $5 on Friday of ads? Like it was like, it's not a lot. They don't pay. I have premium too. It gives me some amount for premium. So I don't know if that's because they would have had ads and didn't watch it, but it does give me some amount for people who have YouTube Premium. It's not much, but I do get something for it. It never really explains. It just says, it'll just say like, watch ads this amount, YouTube Premium this amount. So it doesn't really say what it is. You know, it just, I guess it's because people who have YouTube Premium don't have ads. I have Premium, so I don't have ads either. But maybe it's if they would have had ads, so they still pay you out a certain amount. I don't know. It's not a lot. I think it was like $27 for the whole like 3 weeks or something like that for people who had premium, but it's still something. You know what I mean? Something is better than nothing. But I appreciate you. Jessie does the God's work over there. She gets like multiple devices going with multiple ads that come up, and she does God's work, you know? Same, Sam. I hope so too. All right. So back we go. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I hate that thing with Apple. It's funny you point that out because obviously you have a channel, so you knew about it. I didn't know about that until fairly recently. And I was like, wait, what? What? Why do they do that? I had no idea. All right, so back to this. Sorry. Okay, so I got into the searches, right? All right. Okay. Also, just real quick, I want us to send all of our love to Tracy. My friend Tracy is at the hospital, and I don't know why, but she is there. And they actually put a different name on her bracelet, which was quite funny. She was like, "This is my name now," and I was like, "That's funny." But we want to send her all the love to my friend Tracy, because she's an amazing person and she works real, real hard. She works with animals. She works with dogs, and she's probably one of the most loving animal lovers I have ever met, besides my friend Leah and my own kid. So we wish her all the love and all the get better vibes. All the get better vibes. Yeah, duh. You know, you let me know. I'll pop on and see if some of my viewers will pop on. They have this thing now. I don't know if you use StreamYard or not, but with StreamYard, you can actually stream to, like, say I'm streaming with you or you're streaming with me. All your viewers can see it and all my viewers can see it. So you can stream together and have both viewers see it. Buffering again, freaking StreamYard. But that might help. You know what I mean? Like, once again, I don't care if you have 5 subscribers or 5 million. If I can help, I will, you know? All right, let's see. All right, so like I said, before Anna went missing, right? December 27th, 2022. Because remember, she went missing by the 1st. January 1st, 2023. So this is still days before that, December 27th, right? 2022. Walshe decided he was going to search what's the best state to divorce for a man. Now, I suspect that he did that so that he could figure out whether he would do it here in Massachusetts or where she was. But I believe she was in DC, so that's not a state. So I wonder what he thought was going to happen there. Hey, Standing. God knows what he thought was going to happen there, right? But That's what he Googled that, right? So that's a few days. That's premeditation, right? Premeditation. I am guessing he's going to try to use third party or an accident because he did plead guilty to, disposal of a body. So how do you explain away disposing of the body? The only other way around that is third party culprit or accident, right? I don't know. Yeah, that's weird. You shouldn't have had to find it. Did you make sure all of your notifications are on all? Because YouTube sets them, even when you hit the bell, it sets them to most and not all. You actually have to go and change it yourself to all. And then sometimes it'll move it to, then it'll move it to all if you move it yourself. Otherwise, when you subscribe to a channel and you hit the bell for the notifications to come in, for some reason, YouTube automatically sets it to most instead of all. So then it'll give you most of the times I go live, but not all of the times, which is weird. Oh, really? So Wallflower says if you have more notifications that you won't get more until you clear them sometimes. See, that's weird. I also think that sometimes it's because I don't set it up an hour ahead of time. When I set it up more than an hour ahead of time, I notice that some more people will get the notification. If I don't, less people get it. So I think that also might have something to do with it, Yeah, that's a good question. I don't even know the answer to that. That's an answer for that's a question for like Freak or Maestro, my tech tech guys. They would probably know the answer to that. I don't know. See, I don't know how to do that. It's a good question. I would assume you'd be able to clear them after clicking on it, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so for the December 27th, 2022 search, what's the best state to divorce for a man? The prosecutors cite that search as part of motive, right? Or evidence that it's premeditation. So nope, not yet. She had an appointment, I think, today, as far as I know. She said, Wallflower said, click on the bell, and that will clear those notifications and allow room for more. Yeah, see, I think it's like 30 minutes or an hour. It's one of the two, like ahead of time, the more people get it. I don't know. It's weird like that. Then we come to the January 1st date, which is the date that she went missing. You know what I mean? That's weird. Oh. Well, hopefully now you'll get them on both, Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why, Sometimes it's right away and sometimes it takes minutes. I don't know. That's YouTube. God damn it. So January 1st, 2023, early morning, 4:55 a.m. He searches how long before a body starts to smell. 4:55 a.m. So you've had to guess January 1st is the day she goes missing. So I'm guessing that he allegedly kills her before 4:55 a.m. He wants to know how long it's going to be before her remains start to smell. Then at 5:20 in the morning, he searches. So that's 25 minutes later. How to embalm a body. How to embalm a body? Are you going to embalm her body? Like, that's weird. Okay. Then at 11:44 a.m., how to clean blood from wooden floor. Okie dokie. Later in the day, he's alleged to have searched, can you throw away body parts and dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body? Who the hell searches for this stuff, not realizing he actually thought he was going to get away with it. The fact in my mind is these people searching these things, do they think, to be fair, I run a true crime channel. So I'm guessing if anybody ever looked through my search history, I would probably look like a serial killer, right? Probably most of us would if you're into true crime because you're Googling and looking into a ton of things and, for cases. So it's like, I guess we would all look like, deranged lunatics, but we don't have a missing person that we allegedly murdered. So, I'm just saying this guy just allegedly unalived his wife and he's, Googling, can you throw away body parts and dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body? I mean, we're not dealing with an Einstein here, you know? Which is exactly what it is. Like, no thinking. You know what I mean? Just doing at that point, I feel like. I learned a lot from interviews of people like Ted Bundy and the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. And like some of the interviews that were done with some of the worst serial killers kind of put into perspective what they think at the time, like why they do some of the things that they do. And it's beyond comprehension. It's not normal, right? By any stretch of the imagination. It's freaking insane. But at the same time, it definitely gives an idea, right? It gives an idea of why they do this shit. You fell asleep to my voice? I always wondered how people could do that. Like, how do you fall asleep to my voice? I couldn't fall asleep to my voice. It's not that soothing. It's not, my voice is not that soothing. I promise. Oh my gosh. Right. Living in another dimension. I can agree with that. Ooh, you read a book on Richard Ramirez? Listen, one of those, like his case is one of those cases that I delved in pretty deeply. And damn, like he was just very sick. Richard Ramirez is a sick MFer. One of the ones that really caught a lot of people's interest was the Zodiac. We've done that one before, but the Zodiac killer, right? And why? Just why? And they have still yet to crack some of those ciphers. And I'm like, I've looked at them and I'm like, imagine cracking one of those, right? Because there were students that cracked one, but imagine cracking like the last one and figuring out what in the actual hell the dude was talking about. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason, and he misspelled a lot of things. And there's some really good evidence that it could have been a former cop or was a cop at the time. So, I mean, we still don't know who the hell is the Zodiac. Who the hell? Who wrote those ciphers? Also, where the hell is DB Cooper and who the hell is DB Cooper? DB Cooper, Ted the Unabomber guy. Oh yeah, that was an intriguing story too, And I try to remember that as much of a story or a case as it is to us, that was real people's lives, right? The real victims and their families, and even the families of the perpetrators. Like, these are real people whose real lives were affected, right? Amy, the girl who went missing on the cruise liner back in the 90s, her brother is still looking for answers, right? Still looking for answers. Where is Amy? Where is she? All right, back to this. January 2nd, right? The day after she supposedly went missing at 12:45 p.m. He searches hacksaw, best tool to dismember. At 1:10 to 1:14 p.m., he searches, can you be charged with murder without a body? And can you identify a body with broken teeth? The thought that he broke her teeth on purpose is sick. Surveillance video corroborates Walsh at a Home Depot in Rockland, purchasing $450 in cleaning and disposal supplies, tarps, buckets, a Tyvek suit, which is literally one of those white suits that some people use for painting, okay? A mop, a hatchet, etc., right? Later that day, surveillance shows Walsh removing mask and gloves near another location, right? 2 days later, January 3rd, 2023, at about 1:02 p.m., he searches what happens to hair on a dead body. At 1:14 to 1:20 p.m., additional searches such as what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods, and can baking soda make a body smell good? Surveillance shows him disposing of heavy trash bags in at least 2 dumpsters in Abington and Brockton. The bags were later incinerated. I'm guessing some of those were her remains. And so they didn't get to them quick enough, and therefore they were incinerated when they were taken by the trash, right? January 4th, 2023, Walshe reports his wife missing, but investigators found inconsistencies. Anna's employer in Washington, D.C. had no record of a work emergency. Investigators found his Volvo, seats down, plastic liners in a trunk, and fresh vacuum trucks. Plastic liners in your trunk and the seats down. Well, why would you need to do that unless you were putting a body in there? You know? Weird. Enjoy your day, bud. Have fun. Ooh, that's kind of cool. He does live drumming. You're going to have to send me that link, because my dad was a drummer. Like, hello. Hello. I have to listen to it after I'm done. But yeah, if you send me the link, I'll happily listen to it afterwards. So then dumpsters near his mother's house, and this is still January 4th. Dumpsters near his mother's Swampscott apartment. And you can, anybody can email me. I'll put it in the chat. Or you can find me on X, obviously. And just DM me there, but and on X, there are fake accounts of me, by the way, on X. If you see them, they try to use my same name, but my @ is Twisted Tragedy 3. I just put it in the chat, and that is the only X account I have. So if you see another one with my name, Twisted Tragedies, and it has a different @ then it is not me, and they are pretending, and we have a couple of those. So just know that there are a couple of those, but anybody can. I love corn. Marilyn Manson. I still love Marilyn Manson. I still listen to it. You can find me on X @ Twisted Tragedy 3. X is Twitter, in case you didn't know. They changed the name of it, you know? Let's see. Me? No. No. I did not work for him ever. And yes, I've always known by this name. Always Twisted Tragedies. Never worked for him. People somehow get me confused with Kate, and I don't know how, and I don't know why. There's like a bunch of trolls that were like on my, like, writing comments on some of my videos, and they're like, okay, Krusty. I'm like, I'm not Kate. We're not the same person. We don't even look alike. No, I started the Karen Reed case thinking she could be innocent, so I covered it at that point. It was a few months in that I started to get non-public information, realizing, in my opinion, that she wasn't. But no, I never worked for him, with him. We covered the same case. We covered the Karen Reed case in the beginning. So we had been in multiple of the same places, in front of court. And then when he got arrested, I was in front of court because I got the tip off early from someone else. And back then, I didn't realize what a monster the man was, obviously. But I've never worked for him, ever. I've always had my own channel and always worked for myself. Kate used to work for him way back in the day, like way before the Karen Reed case. I would never work for him. I would never work for someone else. If I'm going to do my own channel, I'm going to do my own channel. Not my thing. Never. Okay, so there's heavy trash bags. Okay, yeah. So the investigators on January 4th 2023 found inconsistencies, right? The employer in Washington, D.C. of hers said there was no record of a work emergency. right? Investigators found, like I said, his Volvo seats were down, plastic liners in the trunk, and fresh vacuum tracks, you know? Ugh. Of course. That's awful, Standing. I'm sorry. I'm guessing you're using text to talk. Keep changing my name to Ellen. It's actually Elisa, but it's Elise for short because it's much easier for people to say. But I get it. He uses lots of throwaways, throwaway accounts, throwaway, that's what he does. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was their narrative. I've always had my own channel until I didn't, lie for him. They all loved Twisted until Twisted didn't lie for the turtle. And yes, that's exactly right. And when I didn't lie for him and he got caught lying about multiple women, being with multiple women, then I was the devil. And that's not what he told the audience, of course. He didn't tell the audience that was why. He just said I was bad. It was terrible. I'm crazy and I'm a scammer and I'm everything that he calls everyone else when you don't lie for him or do something he wants you to do. Or things you're not supposed to know. That's the same narrative he uses for pretty much everyone. Hold on one second. You're welcome. I mean, the reason I started my channel, and you can go way, way back, is I have a friend, I talked about it earlier, who went missing almost 20 years ago and he's still not ever been found. His name is Miguel Oliveris. He was from Massachusetts. He went missing in Maine and it's been almost 20 years and he's still never been found. So that coupled with my love for the law and the fact that when I was in college, my intent was to finish school and become an attorney. But that's not what life had in store for me. I have a kid with a very rare illness. Less than 200 people on planet Earth have it. And so my life sort of went a different way. And I didn't get the opportunity or chance to finish school for law like I wanted. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry, my little's trying to feed the cat and I had to take the lid off of the bucket where all the cat food is. Aw, kitty. But that, his narrative is, everyone's the devil, everyone's bad. When you don't lie for him or do something that he wants you to do or not tell his secrets of his bad behavior to the world, then you're crazy and a scammer and, you're all those things if he doesn't like you. And that's the same over and over and over, the same narrative you'll get for not just me, but anyone else he magically doesn't like. Same shit. He reveals his true self pretty shortly thereafter. Covering the same case as him, we were in some of the same places, but we didn't have any sort of personal relationship, really. I think we had some back and forths like on Facebook, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, so you know what I mean? The amount of rumors and lies and just bold-faced. I mean, he told people a couple weeks ago, or maybe it was even like a week ago, that I dropped out. Buddy, I graduated high school with a special needs child. What the fuck are you talking about? And went to college. So like, what? What? No, I'm not a dropout, you fucking weirdo. Like, what are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? I was a teen mom and still with the odds stacked against me. I have a picture. It's at my grandmother's house. She kept it. My grandmother passed, but my aunt lives in the house still, of me in my cap and gown with the other people with my daughter in my arms, right? Like, what the are you talking about, bro? Like, so the shit he just repeats is bold-faced nonsense, right? And on top of it, he's like, got stripper who dropped out. He wouldn't know that I was a dancer unless I was publicly, honest about it. That wasn't a secret even from my grandmother. It's never been a fucking secret. Although he didn't start saying it until I started making clear to people that I was once a dancer for many years. Like, not a secret, not embarrassed of it, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. So I don't know how that helps him in any way. He's a failed blogger who's being sued and criminally charged because he can't get out of his own fucking way. Like, what? No regrets. You have to say no regrets. No regrets, I don't blame you. I don't. And it's because people can't have conversations or even disagreements, civil disagreements, without calling each other names and trying to, down each other. It's crazy to me, Aw, I love you. Being a mom is hard work. He poo-poos lots of moms. A lot of the time, he went after, what is it, SD for being a mom, being a stay-at-home mom. I'm sorry. What's wrong with being a stay-at-home mom? Some people do it because they can afford to do it, and that's cool. And some people do it because they can't afford to do it, right? We can't afford 40 grand in childcare a year. That's just the reality of it, right? And I also have some really severe health issues. Like, I am disabled myself with a multitude of health issues. YouTube allows me that flexibility to do shows when I want to shut my camera off if I need to get up or I'm uncomfortable, to stop a show, to start a show, and also be home to get my kid on and off of a bus, right? To be able to go into doctor's appointments or into the hospital or whatever I need to do. That it gives me that flexibility while also working and doing something that I love to do. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Only he is allowed to do YouTube as a job. Anybody else, he has this narrative, which these people then repeat, right? Get a job, get a job, get a job. This is a job. So on one hand, you're telling people who aren't Turtle Boy to get a job that YouTube isn't a job, while simultaneously, these very same people are donating to his channel for his job. So which is it? Is it a job or isn't it a job? And why does a job need to be a 9 to 5? Can someone answer that for me? Why does everybody have to work a 9 to 5 for it to be a job? Because I assure you that even when I am not live, I am still working on cases. I am still working on things, right? The man hates women. So anybody who's a stay-at-home mom is leeching or is this or is that. But it's like, so what are the people who are donating to your channel? You haven't had a real job since 2014, since you were walked out of your college or high school teacher job. Okay. I had a career working in a prison. Like, what the f are you talking about, bro? It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? He's such a hypocrite. Hold on one second, guys. Ugh, obnoxious. It's just gross, right? Like, everybody else who's a YouTuber is just a jobless loser, but he's not. Make it make sense, That's the thing. It's just, his famous thing is to call everyone else, names. Like, being a mom is, I think they did a study. It's like 5 full-time jobs if you're a stay-at-home mom. Oh, you missed it this morning, Standing. Let's show Standing our poster that we have just for Aiden. We have this one, Standing. You might like this, right? I have this poster, right? Yeah, my dad was 41 or 42 when he passed. So believe me, I get it. It's hard work. There's nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home mom. Sometimes because you can afford it, sometimes because you can't. Either way, who the fuck is he to decide who should or who shouldn't work for YouTube or who shouldn't or who should, let's remember that before Karen Reed, his views were like a couple hundred per stream, right? For years, he worked strictly on donations and not getting money per views because the views weren't great. That's where I'm at because I'm a small channel. So if I don't get donations, then I don't get paid that day, right? Like my work meant nothing, right? That's how it works, okay? So for anybody who wants to poo-poo, channels that have to run on donations, well, that's how you get started unless you have the money to cover it. Newsflash, I don't. Sorry, not sorry. Like, just because I'm honest about it means it's got to be a sob story because I'm honest about it? No, that's real life. That's reality, right? Right, YouTube. But what he does I'll tell you what he does all day. He surfs the interwebs to look for people he hates and what they say. Most of us don't bother doing that. We actually bother working on cases that were upcoming and doing things like this timeline that I've been working on, things like that, But no, he is better, remember, than everyone. But here standing, this is what we got, right? Okay. Right? Live, laugh, love. And this is our message to him. We had this morning. This is just for him. He likes to call people the C word all the time. It's a horrible word, especially to call a woman. But I mean, since he loves it so much, I don't think he minds being called one. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, this is just for him. Just for him. just saying. A new poster, and it's just for him. Just saying. All right. Just saying. Yeah, the study was crazy about how many full-time jobs it takes to be a stay-at-home mom. If we were to get paid for what we do, whew, yeah, they've had quite a few. Oh, absolutely. And I 100% agree with you. There are some cops that are good. There are some cops that are bad and corrupt. That's the world we live in. And that's everywhere. That's not just here in Massachusetts. It's everywhere. Political favors, politicians, like the whole rigmarole, all of it. There are some good and some bad. That's kind of the way it works, unfortunately. But he doesn't care about truth. That's the difference. He cares about what gets him more money or what's more salacious or what, he can get people to believe for the day. How many people he can attack for his perceived enemies or the people who might tell a truth that he doesn't want out there. That's the reality, So yeah, we did talk about that. So for those of you who don't know, and I'm sure everybody here does at this point, for Christmas Eve, it's going to be a little later of a stream. It'll be nighttime, but we're having a pajama party stream for Christmas Eve. So bring your pajamas, right? It's members. So hopefully people will be gifting some memberships so everyone can attend, and it's going to be a blast. It'll be so fun. You like that? You like that, Lisa? You like that? I'm just saying. I mean, maybe, who knows? I think he hates women because he's just a misogynistic piece of shit. I mean, it's very abundantly clear 99% of his people he goes after are women. What does that tell you? Like, why are you so mad, bro? Like, do you have sand in your vagina? Is that why you're so mad? You're uncomfortable with all that salty sand in your vagina since you're so salty all the time, bro? I've never met somebody in my entire life that was so salty all the fucking time. That's one salty dude. Or should I say salty man-child? I think dude is giving too much credit at that point. I really do. All right. Back to the timeline. Back to the timeline. I had to, all right? It's just for him. The way he uses that word to talk about a victim's mother is disgusting. It's just disgusting. Oh, it's so dramatic. And he has no control over his emotions. Most narcissists don't, right? So here's the thing, right? Dumpsters near his, and this is still January 4th, dumpsters near his mother's Swampscott apartment and at a transfer station in Peabody are later searched, right? Evidence found included blood, a rug, a hacksaw with small bone fragments, and his COVID-19 vaccination card her Prada purse, boots. Interesting. So prosecutors claim the digital history from Google, iPad, and a MacBook it is binders thick. So thousands of pages of searches and logs is what they have, right? Surveillance staff at Home Depot and the transfer stations are witnesses and statements that they've gotten. Anna's employer flagged that she never boarded a flight to DC, despite Brian Walshe saying that she did. Investigators found Anna's DNA mixed with Brian's with items in the trash. The internet searches show planning ahead of time, right? They show intent and planning. When a body isn't recovered, he asks about, can he be charged with murder if there's no body? Well, yeah. The dumpster and Home Depot evidence connect physical movement of items and suspicious disposal methods. So you move to all these places and dispose of these things, right? Witness and surveillance testimony sort of pin the timeline and contradict his narrative of what happened, right? The digital trail plus the physical trail and his inconsistent story equals why the case is stronger than just a missing person or a missing wife, that's the important stuff in this. That's the sort of short version of all of the things that have to go along with this case. Now, the bigger thing is Brian's history, right? Oh, let me see. Hold on. Drive safe, my friend. Yes, premeditated. That's the correct word. So you're planning it ahead of time. So that's premeditation. And so I don't understand how he thinks he's going to get around sort of the case. He pled to disposal of a body. So how are you going to say it's an accident or a third party at that point? That's the part that I don't get, So he was on a monitor, but it wasn't GPS, which is unfortunate. We found out that it wasn't GPS, right? So he was already, before she disappeared, he was already had like a long track record of like manipulation, fraud, and being a con artist, right? He had a track record of that. The prosecutors say the pattern of behavior reveals exactly who he was long before Anna disappeared, right? So the art fraud scam was 2000. Sorry, we were buffering. 2016 to 2018. And it was the fake Andy Warhol scheme, right? He was convicted in federal court for selling fake Warhol paintings. Okay. And the quick version of that is he claimed he had access to real Andy Warhol paintings from a friend. Okay. And he sold them on eBay for like 80 grand. 80 grand. He shipped counterfeit prints of it instead of originals. And then the buyer immediately contacted him and then the FBI. So to cover himself, the prosecutors at least say he forged fake certificates of authenticity, fake emails, and fake ownership history. So when confronted with it, he lied and even tried to blame the buyer at one point. So the federal charges was wire fraud, interstate transfer of stolen goods, I believe. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Interstate transport of stolen goods, forgery, selling counterfeit artwork, and deceptive practices. The sentence wasn't until February of 2024. Now, Anna was hoping that he would take a deal of some prison time so that she could take the kids and just go to DC and leave him. But unfortunately, didn't get to that point. The sentence he got was in February 2024, and he received 37 months in federal prison, 3 years supervised release, and $475,000 in restitution. And this is all before, obviously, the murder trial. And then there was the will scam, his own dad's will that he tried to sort of scam, right? Sorry. So he was cut out of his dad's will. His dad was a doctor. Brian Walshe's father, Dr. Thomas Walshe, was a respected neurologist. And so Brian was cut out of the dad's will. And in Dr. Walshe's handwritten will, all assets went to a family friend. Brian was left absolutely nothing. And the will stated Brian's troubled history as the reason, right? So Brian's response to it, well, he allegedly destroyed the original will, pressured relatives, and tried to present a fake copy, claiming he was the rightful heir. Now, if he destroyed the original will, I'm sure his dad had a lawyer that had, which is so silly to think that he wouldn't. But people of no means might have a will in their house. Now, if someone destroys that will, there's no way to know what that person left unless you file it with an attorney who then, has that copy. But if you don't, and you just write one, right, and you have it in your home and you don't file it, and have an attorney keep a copy of it or whatever. If someone destroys it in Massachusetts, in my state, the rightful heir would be next of kin. So it would be children or your spouse. So in this case, if Brian's dad was dead, it would go to Brian automatically. He didn't need to produce a fake will, but he did. He produced a fake will. So people are appointed by the court executor or executrix of a will. So that's the people who are to do what the will says. So say, for instance, you're named or I'm named in a will, I can be appointed the executrix of the will. And so then I have to follow what the will says. So if the will says that I get half of the assets and I need to disperse the rest of the half to 17 different people in 17 different ways, it is my job as the executrix under law to do it exactly the way the will said. I can't wait. I can't hold on to it. I can't decide not to give it to people, because then I can be sued. I can be dragged back into court and they can take me off as the executrix and put someone else on. And if I use any of the money, spend any of the money, take things that don't belong, I will have to pay it back, give it back, whatever. It happens far too often that people steal things, destroy old wills. It happens all the time. And then families start arguing and fighting, and it's a whole shit show. I'll never be in a will, so I don't have to worry about that. My dad, again, died when he was like 42, and my biological dad doesn't have anything to leave, and neither does my mother. So I will never be in a will or receive any amount of anything, which is kind of sad if you think about it, but also at the same time, I don't have to fight anybody. People don't realize what a blessing it is to be in a will. If you get $20,000, say someone passes and you get $20,000, like that's a new car. That could change someone's life a lot, right? And just that little bit of money could change someone's life. And so I think often people take advantage of the fact that they're in a will and they fight over pennies or over an item. And it's like, you're in one, right? Like somebody thought about you to give you something. And I know of 2 instances where people like me who didn't really have a live family or weren't going to be in a will actually were in someone else's will. They had no idea they were in until that person died, and received things that changed their lives. And I love to hear about those stories, because it's amazing that someone who wasn't their immediate family thought about them enough to say, I think when I pass, I would like to leave whatever, this car or this amount of money or this property or whatever, right? Or my 401k, like whatever, or a portion of it to this person, right? My friend's mom had befriended a woman at the hospital, and they became really, really close friends. And my friend's mom, who's now in her early 80s, the house she lives in was actually given to her through a trust of the wife's husband. So the wife passed and she was friends with the wife. And when the husband passed, he left the house and a big chunk of assets to her because she was so kind to his wife and because they were friends until the wife passed and she had no idea, right? And so the trust then gave her the home and whatever assets. And so that was just really cool. That's a really cool story. And when my friend's mom ever told me that story, I was like, that is the coolest thing I have ever heard, And it's a little house in Quincy, right near the highway, but in a neighborhood. And it's a cute little house. I think it's 3 bedrooms, I believe. And it has like a little basement where it's like 1 bedroom little apartment, like down there. But she can now leave that to her kid, my friend, unfortunately, passed away. And so she had 1 sister. And so that sister will be the one that it passes along to. But it's she would have never had something to pass along to her kids or help change her life in any way. And that helped her life big time. She moved from struggling to pay rent to having this house, right? And some assets to put into being able to fix some things. And that's just a really cool story. And I've heard a couple of stories like that, but that one's one of someone I know personally. And you never hear that happen. It's usually like a family member or whatever. And it's just really cool for people who don't. And she didn't have any family left at that point, my friend's mom. It was just her, right? Her and her own kids. That's it. And so, yeah, it was a blessing. It was a blessing. And she takes it as a blessing. That's what she does. She takes it as a blessing. And those are just like really amazing stories. But this guy was cut out of his dad's will, and the dad stated his troubled history as the reason. So Brian's response was to destroy the original, pressured the relatives, and tried to present a fake copy of it, claiming he was the rightful heir. But the investigators say he stole his father's car, sold the belongings without permission inside the house, took over the house, drained the assets, tried to be appointed executor of the estate, and family friends accused him of manipulation, forgery, stealing from the estate. And his cousin testified that Brian was a sociopath. He has been a long-time swindler. This testimony will be crucial in the murder case to show a pattern of deceit. I don't know if they will use that because it's prior bad acts. And so they don't always do that because it could taint the jury. So they don't, whether they'll use it or not remains to be seen by the court, but I doubt that they will because, again, prior bad acts, it's whatever. His financial motive linked back to Anna's case, though, right? The prosecutors argue that Brian was deep in debt. He owed large sums of money due to the fraud case, right? And he knew he was going to. He was under pressure for the restitution and probation fines. He was facing sentencing. He was losing financial support from his wife, soon to be ex-wife, as she was trying to leave, and she was the primary breadwinner. She made really good money. And she discussed separating and selling the property. And this is why the prosecutors say there was a financial motive. And so how did the past connect to the murder case? Well, prosecutors claim that Brian Walshe's past shows a pattern of fraud, manipulation, deceit, lies, opportunistic behavior, cover-ups to avoid accountability, criminal financial schemes, exploiting people, including family, friends, and family. It kind of mirrors the elements that appear in Anna's disappearance investigation, the digital deception, the Google searches, on the multiple devices, the physical disposal of her body, the dumpsters and the Home Depot supplies, and creating the false narrative. So she went and left and it was a work emergency, and then misleading investigators on purpose, obviously, to hide what he did. It's not just past bad behavior. It establishes intent, premeditation, culpability, motive. I mean, when you look at Brian Walshe's past and then you look at her case, right, where she goes missing, but they find her blood, pieces of bone fragments on the hacksaw, all of his Google searches, the art fraud, the forged documents, the fake will, the lies to the federal agents, and the way he tried to rewrite the will, and give the fake one. It's not a one-time thing. It's a life of doing shitty things to people, and that's exactly why the prosecutors in this case say this wasn't random, right? It's premeditated. It's on purpose. He knew what he was doing and he knows why he was doing it, right? It was the next step in a long history of manipulation, fraud, and calculated selfishness. Like, that's who they assert Brian Walshe was. I don't know. You guys tell me. What do you think? That's sort of the best background information in a live stream that I can give you about the Brian Walshe case. It has many of the elements of what, you know, what the prosecutors are going to talk about in the case and how they got to the, results that they got to at this point for the many reasons that I just listed. But tell me what you guys think, You guys let me know. What do you think? What do you think? So why plead 2 counts to play? So my answer is simple. And I thought about this a lot. I think he's trying to keep the prosecutors from using certain pieces of evidence, right? So if he pleads guilty to disposing of the body, I think that his attorneys think some of the statements he made or even some of the searches might be thrown out or some pieces of evidence because he pleaded guilty to it, right? So those are like, if you plead guilty, those certain things can't be used. But here's the problem. Is some of that also plays into the murder charge. So I don't necessarily think the judge is just going to throw out any and all statements that have to deal with the body and the disposal of the body because it's still a part of the murder case and the murder charge. So I think, the game plan here, I think, is to get some of the stuff taken out that they can't use. But I just don't think that that's going to work. Right. And I don't think they have that rabbit, right? Heisenberg's saying they're going to have to pull a giant rabbit out of their hat if he's going to walk away from the murder 1 charge. I don't think he will. That's my opinion. I think there's too many damning pieces of evidence. Even if you take out the will, you take out the art scheme, if you take the prior bad acts out of it, right? And you just take into account from December 27th, 2022 to February of 2023. All the searches, the evidence they found in dumpsters, where they found it, and all that. And the judge did say that the jury is going to know that he was on probation for the paintings, the fraud. So, but she did say that she doesn't know whether she would let them know that he was on a monitoring bracelet. It wasn't a GPS monitoring bracelet. It's one of the ones that if you go too far from the house, it goes off. You're supposed to be home between this time, and you cross over the threshold of where, see, they put these things like out in your yard. And if you cross over that threshold, it'll go off, right? And so they'll know that you've left that area. And so, between this time and this time, you would have to be home. And then between this time and this time, he could be out. And so I think what the prosecutors are arguing the other day was, if he's home during these times and then he's out during these times, we can tell by the monitoring that he was home at these times. So how does the jury know how we know he was home or not home if they don't know about the monitoring bracelet? Right? So it wasn't a GPS monitoring bracelet. So they didn't have a GPS on where he was, which is so strange to me that they put a monitoring bracelet on him, but it wasn't GPS. He's on federal, confinement or federal, probation with a bracelet. It should be GPS. I'm sorry. I understand why they don't always do GPS monitoring and why they just do monitoring to make sure you're at your home where you're supposed to be. But damn, come on. That's ridiculous. Like he should have been on a GPS monitoring, in my opinion. But it does still help the case if the judge, and again, she's not she didn't seem too keen on letting them know he was on a monitoring bracelet. But it's like, okay, then how the prosecution going to explain how they know he was home during certain times and not home during certain times? I guess you could say he was on some sort of monitoring. You don't have to say monitoring bracelet, but I mean, yeah, I think they are banking on that. But again, the prosecution can just argue that, yeah, okay, cool, that has to do with disposing of the body and he pled guilty to that, but it also is part of the murder. So it's part of the murder case and the murder charge. So I don't necessarily think all the things that they think are just going to come out and be thrown out for the trial are going to be, you know? That's the tactic. I agree with you. That's the tactic I thought of too, but I just don't think it's going to work out the way they think it is. You know? I just don't think so. I think a lot of the things that they think are just going to be, oh, we can't talk about this. The prosecution can't talk about this because it's part of the disposing of a body is also part of the murder itself. You know, that's crazy to me. Of course, all aunties are on alert. There are 191 of you on X watching. I'd appreciate it if any one of the 191 of you would come over to YouTube and just give it a little like. We appreciate it. It's close to 300 of you total watching from the different platforms. We'd appreciate you guys hitting that like button. Stupid question, why people are excited about the police. What do you mean? I'm confused. I don't know. I don't know why anybody would be excited about it. It's weird. Weird. You gotta be more you gotta give me more information about what you're talking about. Because I'm lost. I am lost. Oh, I don't know, because they just hate him because Aiden told them to. I don't know. You know, I don't know. No idea. Mm. Let's see. Okay. So I'm getting an alert here that, let's see. I'll read it to you guys, I guess. Let's see. I'm sure we'll find out because I mean, you know, yeah, alert. I'm getting an alert. So Just Machado put up a post about 34 minutes ago. And this is what it says. This morning, I was informed that the owner of the space that I use for my studio has received multiple phone calls about his support of me and my platform after a video made by Mafia Masshole was shared by a member of the Mass GOP State Committee, Kayla Churchill. Now, let's be clear. That video was shared back in like July, made and shared way back in July. This Kayla girl reshared it recently. Kate made it way back, or shared it way back in July, as far as what I looked at. And back then, just didn't care. Now, this lady, Kayla, apparently shared it, and now it's a big deal, I guess. I don't know. It says the video edited and spliced with excerpts of me speaking out of context has been shared throughout social media. I a little bit I disagree with that a little because it's not really out of context. If you watch like the entire, like each one, it's not really out of context, but it has been shared throughout social media saying I am an unworthy Republican encouraging people to no longer support or watch me. It was meant to embarrass me. Well, to be fair here, she supports someone who does that on a daily basis, aka Turtle Boy. So it's like, is there a self-awareness here to understand that the man that you support so much does this exact same behavior? You can't, out of one side of your mouth, complain about the behavior, and out of the other side of your mouth say it's okay for him to do it to other people. You don't like it when it's done to you, but you don't care if he does it to other people. That's where I have a problem with it. Nobody should have to be embarrassed. Nobody should be meant to, like, nobody should be using things meant to like harass people or embarrass people. Okay. It shouldn't happen. But you can't support someone that does that day after day after day after day. Okay. And then not like it when it's done to you. It's either something that you don't like or it's something that you do. It can't just be you don't like it because it happened to you, but you love it when it happens to everyone else, you know? Because in my eyes, that's like, okay, karma a little, right? Like it's the karma is showing you that this is the stuff that you shouldn't be supporting in any way or capacity because this is what it does to people's real lives. Okay. This is the effect it has on real people's lives, right? Thank you. That's my point. It's either okay for everyone or not okay for everyone. There is no middle ground, right? Right. You can't pick and choose that, oh, it's funny or entertaining when it's someone you don't know or you've been told not to like, but it's not funny or entertaining. It's not funny at all. It's not funny to happen to anybody at all. You know, I can't. So the rest of it says, the owner of the business who gifted me my studio space was threatened that contracts he had with customers would be jeopardized and the video would be sent to those clients as well. Because of this, I must vacate the studio space by December 1st. I'm at a crossroads here in my career. I have some decisions to make. I'm not sure what my next step is. Being as honest as I can, which I always try to be. I have to disagree with that as well. I have to because of the things that she has done. Especially the articles that she wrote about Lindsay. She was not being honest. She didn't reach out to Lindsay for any of those articles. She did them simply to try to embarrass Lindsay, simply because she's friends with Aiden. And it's like, you did exactly that to her. It's unfortunate, but do I agree with it happening to Jess? No, but it's got to be a wake-up call is my point. And if it isn't, then you haven't learned anything, right? It shouldn't happen to anyone. But she's done it to other people too, right? Like, it's so, for me, it's like, you want people to feel bad, and I can't. If you didn't learn anything from doing it to other people, then it's like, it shouldn't happen to anyone. Why does it take it happening to you to understand that it's just not okay? Shouldn't happen to anyone. So, like Jesse said, you treat people the way you want to be treated, right? That's the bottom line. I need to figure out if I have the intestinal fortitude to move ahead. I am perpetually let down by my party where I spend valuable time fighting off threats from the inside more so than the out. Some days I feel like I move forward an inch only to get punched back a foot. Well, welcome to life. Same, right? I'm not saying everybody doesn't deserve grace, but I've watched her do exactly what she's getting right now to other people. And it's the lack of self-awareness that gets me. I don't think it should happen to anybody, including her. But you can't complain about the same things that you have done to other people when it happens to you. It's either okay for everyone or it's not okay at all. It can't just be okay to do to people who Aiden said not to like, right? And you're supporting the man that does this on a daily basis. That is where my problem comes in, right? You know? I love and adore my studio so much. It has been a wonderful place of growth and creativity. I am truly sad to leave it behind. Now, let me just point out something here, right? her studio was paid for, I think, by Nan, right? At least that's what she claimed, that Nan did some giant donation that allowed her to have her studio. But then she said these people like gifted her the studio space. So I don't know what she spent the money on. Either way, it doesn't really matter. It's not my business. What I can say is most people who just start a channel don't get a goddamn studio. We do it from our own homes, whether it's an extra room, the corner of a living room, a fucking closet, the attic, the basement, like whatever is, you don't usually have the money as a new creator or a new channel to spend on a studio. You do it from your own home, right? So did you really need a studio to begin with? No, you could have done it from your own home like pretty much anyone else who starts a channel until you're big enough to pay for and maintain a studio, right? Like that's kind of how it works. You know what I mean? So whatever. I also need to spend some time thinking about my quote talent and if I am really any good at this stuff. The best of the best exist in a space where everyone loves them and their work. Well, that's not true. Not everyone's going to love everyone and their work. That's just bottom line. Not everybody's going to love me and my work. Not everybody's going to love her and her work. That's, if you don't understand that not everyone, there's always going to be somebody that criticizes your shit no matter what. And you have to live with that and know that that's the case and totally be okay with that before you jump into this business, because there's always going to be somebody that criticizes you or calls you names or does whatever because they were misled, lied to, whatever, right? Or just because they're a critical person and nothing makes them happy. That is always going to happen in this business. Always. So you have to be okay with that before you jump into this, right? You know? So she said, I am not in that space. Right now, I do not know what this means for my shows, including the one scheduled for this Saturday and Monday. As soon as I figure that out, I will let you all know. Rough week over here, besties. Insert the white flag emoji where you will. I don't have much to say about that other than maybe she'll start to understand why it's not okay for her best friend Aiden to be doing the things that he does and hurting people in their real lives. A lot of the time she says, First Amendment, just log off online. I love when people say that. You can log off all you want, but when it's affecting your real everyday life, okay, you can't just log out of that, right? So that lack of self-awareness that you can't just log out of everyday life that it's affecting you in or affecting your life in, that means that people don't understand how far some people are willing to go to hurt people they don't even know. Just because simply like the sewer turtle told them. You know, retrograde is really retrograding. Yeah, I know. Hello. You do get what you give. And so this is why I try not to give it too hard, to anybody who like most of my commenting is on the sewer turtle's behavior because he's made so many victims and the people that help him do that. Right. I don't just talk about random people for no real reason. That's not how I operate. It's not how I do my show. I don't want to spread hate, anger, vitriol. I am not the sewer turtle. It is not my thing. But you have to have some self-awareness, right? And she doesn't like what's happening to her right now. Cool. What do you think that you did to Lindsay? Just throw that out there. What do you think that you did to her by reporting a bunch of shit that not only wasn't true, but very one-sided and not ever even reach out to ask? You simply did it because the sewer turtle said that she's bad, right? Like, come on. Well, I know she gave it to her for free, but at the same time, she said she's the one who said that Nan made a very big donation to help her get the studio up and running, or I don't know. So that, I mean, she's the one who said that. So I'm just going by what she said. Closet boy, I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jimbo's right. That did happen. I mean, it was just the other day. Yeah, but she's got to be out, I guess, by December 1st, she says. Listen, I get it. I get it. I'm just saying. Apparently, I'm also being told right now that Erin, her friend, wasn't coming back to the show. I don't know why. I have no idea. I don't know why. I have no idea why. Apparently she was being given that studio space for free. So I don't think money was involved in that scenario, but she's the one who said that Nan made a generous donation for her to start the studio. So I don't know whether it went to furniture, backdrop, tech. No idea. No idea. All right. So we're 3 hours and 41 minutes in. Let's see. Well, I mean, that's fine, but why does it take this happening to you to understand the way that you did some things were wrong? Right? And the question remains, does she still support the turtle who does this shit to people constantly? If so, it's kind of a lack of self-awareness at that point. You're totally welcome. I don't know. Oh, I love that, Christy. We all love you. Well, I agree with that. She's badmouthed a lot of people as well. I mean, but I do think, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but at the same time, why throw shit out, like the way she wrote that article, and kept taunting, like, oh, I'm gonna put this in an article for Lindsay, like that shit was just bad. It's just bad juju in general. Just be taunting someone like, well, I'm gonna write this about this person, I'm gonna write that about that person, and the stuff that she did put in there was just not true. It simply just not true. You're putting one-sided things on there, but not her answer to things. And it's like, did she think that through? No, definitely not. She did it for the turtle. And it's like, what's it going to take for people to realize that all he cares about is vitriol and hate and hurting people? I don't know what it's going to take. I really don't. Turtle is the first replay on that tweet of Jess. What do you mean the first replay? I'm confused. Did not do her actual political. Oh, well, see, that's why I don't work with other people. I did, yes. My email is, I'll put it in the chat. That's why I don't work with like another person on my show, because then I'm not trying to make other people, like it's my show. I run it the way I see fit. And I don't want to try to make a second person happy on the way I do things or don't do things. I started it myself and I will do it myself. Eventually I'll have like guests, I'll have all that, but oh, he was the first to comment under it. I get what you mean. Okay. All right. That's my email. Anybody can email me there. All right. I'm 3 hours and 44 minutes in and my stomach is like rumbling because I am starving. I had like 2 bites of a breakfast sandwich this morning before I literally as the intro was playing. And like, this is my cue to like go eat something because I haven't eaten anything but like crackers and soup in the last 2 days. So I am so hungry. I could eat a cow right now. I also need to take something. But I got to take something out of the freezer to make for dinner because it's going to take a little bit to unfreeze. And I forgot to do it this morning. I was rushing. All right. Don't come for me. I forgot to take it out of the freezer, but I will do it now. All right. I love your stinking faces. Okay. If anybody would like to donate to the channel on your way out, there's many ways you can do it. You can just hit the like button, the subscribe button. You can write some comments. That's always a super big help. We appreciate that. You can share the videos. That's always a help. You can still hit the share button and not even share. I think that also helps. But you can do those things for free. And then we have Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Revolut. You can ask for my Amazon wish list. It's private right now, but if anybody asks for it, I will happily give it. Or one of my mods can give it to you as well. I love your stinking faces. And I'll see y'all tomorrow morning probably around the same time, probably about 9:30. So just plan early instead of like the late 11:30. And remember, when the trial does start December 1st, it'll be 9. Like 9 in the morning is when the trial starts. So we'll be there 9. So just remember, as we go through that trial, which I think they said, can somebody correct me, 3 to 4 weeks, they said, right? Or was it 4 to 5? I can't remember, but it was either 3 to 4 or 4 to 5 weeks for the full trial, for the Walsh trial. But that's the best sort of small go through I could give you of the Walsh trial, with really all the good important details before the trial starts. So I hope that you got a good I know it was weeks, but was it 3 to 4 weeks or 4 to 5 weeks? Either way, it's about a month. It's going to be about a month long. So I appreciate you guys sticking with me. I know today was a little like, we talked about, the timeline, then we went off a little, but bottom line is the whole thing I gave to you guys in a smaller package of easy to sort of remember information about the case, that you sort of get the gist of it before the trial starts, right? And if there's any other questions you have about it, then you can ask me and I'll more than happily answer them. I love your stinking faces. Let's stop arguing, for the love of God, please. Let's try to like kumbaya, right? We don't all have to have the same opinions, right? And y'all can listen to whoever you want, right? That's not for me to decide. That's for all of you to decide who you listen to or who you want to listen to or why, that's not, that's not my bit. That's up to you guys to decide who you want to watch and why you want to watch them. Everybody knows I'm not a fan of Jess Machado, but if you want to watch her, that's your prerogative. You have every right to, you know what I mean? Like, some people enjoy things that I don't. That's just life. That's, you know what I mean? Like, that's one, like, I don't enjoy the sewer turtle, but there are people who enjoy the sewer turtle. You know what I mean? Like, that's not for me to decide. And like, that's kind of why my channel is the way that like it is so people can, come from all different places and channels and sort of come together in one place where they can agree to disagree, but civilly on something, right? You got to agree to disagree. Okay, cool. I don't like this person. Cool. I don't like this person. But when we're here, right? We're a community. We're a family, right? We're one, right? I don't care who any of you watch or don't watch. That's your prerogative to watch whoever you want, support whoever you want, right? I'm not one of those channels that are like, if you support that person, you can't be here. Like, it's not who I am as a person. You know what I mean? I appreciate that you guys mostly, right? It's never good. It's not good for your channel. Bottom line, it's not good for anyone's channel, right? You want it to sort of be a place where people can agree to disagree, like, well, yeah, that's the thing. If you're going to a place where there's also people who are uh sewer turtle lovers as well, you know what I mean? You have to remember that. So like, that could trigger those people to then attack, and like, that's not something we want. We don't want anyone to be attacked by anyone. That's something I try to avoid wholeheartedly, because no one deserves that, well, Jessie always has my back, period. I already talked to Jessie. Like, this is her priority, right? She's free to watch whoever she wants, but here she will always have my back, right? So we have to be careful. You wanted to if you had to have a conversation about it with her, you could have, but when you do it in front of all those people, then you sort of like are inviting, even if you don't mean to, you're inviting some of the like hate watchers who are watching it to then decide that they're gonna multi-attack, right? Because that's what they fucking do, they're not, some of these people are just not well in their heads, and like they take it as like, oh, like, let's go attack Twisted's mod now. Like, that's what we do, which you have a right to do. And maybe she didn't see it, Carol. maybe she didn't see it. Cause you know, you have to remember, not everybody's looking at the full chat all the time. And I make this mistake all the time where I never change it from top chat to all. I forget to do it all the time. So not every comment comes through, only what YouTube thinks as a top chat comes through, right? That, you know, or maybe you didn't see it. Like, this is a conversation you guys definitely could have had privately and not in the middle of a Jess Machado chat, because then it invites people to attack Jesse who, you know, like the sewer turtle, and that we don't want anybody being attacked, you know? So Jessie said she did say hi. Nonetheless, like, we need to do better as people, right? Like, I would never go into Jess Machado's chat and be like, you suck and you suck and you suck, just because if there's anybody in there who does watch me, maybe they take that as that's why we have Discord, right? Because then we can just go there. I mean, to be fair, Discord is public, but it's not very many people who aren't watching our channel outside of that in our Discord, right? So Discord has a, you know, Jessie said she said hi right back. Maybe you didn't see it, Carol, but this is what I mean. Like, we got to do better as a community, because imagine all these people now come for her, you know, then what? You know, that's not okay. We wouldn't want you to be attacked either, Carol, right? We don't want you attacked. We don't want Jessie attacked. And I think we all have to think better of some of the things that, like, if there are conversations can happen outside of like chats, is my point, right? Like, those are conversations we can have privately without dragging an entire, like, you have to remember, not all like, we have hate watchers too. You know what I mean? Like, people who are just watching who can't comment because they've been booted, like, we have hate watchers too. You know what I mean? And those people are the unhinged loony bins that think it's okay to then take that as an attack towards someone, you know? That's not appropriate. You know what I mean? Well, Jess Machado's channel doesn't usually love me, so I wouldn't, you know, I don't expect that they're going to love me or not trash me over there. That's I expect that because, well, I have a couple things to say about Machado, so I don't not expect that some of her viewers, who are also, remember, sewer turtle viewers, are going to trash me. I expect that wholeheartedly, you know, wholeheartedly. And I can say that usually Jessie watches her in the morning, not at night, but all right, I don't want to continue an argument in my chat. Let's not do that. Yeah, we try to accept everyone unless they're trolling, you know, on purpose, or like saying mean, hateful things like on purpose when they come in here, or they come in here, pretend to be nice, and then they go into another chat and they're like, oh, I was there and blah, 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 blah. That's the kind of stuff that we keep an eye on. There's also a reason that Jessie watches other chats, and it's also to watch out for, not like outside of Jess Machado, it's to watch for people exactly like that so that we can have an eye on things like that. You know what I mean? Because that keeps our community safe. It keeps people from being harassed. And so, you know, well, you can spoil it, right? So, you know, she's allowed to enjoy who she enjoys, right? But she also keeps an eye on many things for me. And she doesn't have to. She's a mod. She doesn't have to, you know? She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to. She doesn't have to keep an eye on all the things that I can't for my own brain's sake, and neither do any of you. And I appreciate all of you for bringing, you know, information and screenshots and things that I don't watch because, you know, yeah, no, we don't want you shit on either. We don't want any of you shit on. That's not okay, you know? I would say most people know you're my mod. I mean, that's not a secret. That's not a secret, you know? It's definitely not a secret. For sure. I would think that most people, you have to remember, once again, there are hate watchers that just watch, right? So they know her name. They know she's my mod, you know? I don't think that's a secret. And Jessie does do a lot. She does our Discord, her and Scorpio, they both do a lot for, our Discord, our chat, our watching other stuff, keeping me informed. That she does a lot. I don't think anybody's trying to gang up on you, Carol. I think we're trying to inform, I guess, like of the things we're aware of and the things that we're not aware of, and why we try to accept everybody who comes in from different places all over, because I love everyone. Like I'm a people person. I happen to like people in general, like I'm a people person. I'm not a person that just inherently hates people. I love people. Of course you are. Of course you are. Anybody can email me. Anybody can email me. Right. All right. I love your stinking faces. I really have to go. My stomach is like, I kid you not. I am like so hungry. I could probably eat a quarter of a cow right now because I haven't eaten much but soup and crackers in 2 days. Like, but I love your stinking faces. And I will see you all in the morning. Same time, same place. Bring your coffee.